Morning, everyone. I will call this meeting to order. Today is November 6, 2023. This is our work session. And I will start with a public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. So the first thing on our agenda is our citizens' comments. I have two, and the first one is Russ Pierce, and housing for New Hope. You have 3 minutes, and please don't leave before I see you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and it's good to be with you this morning. Many times we come and ask for things to be done or fixed or changed in some way, and that's appropriate. And I've had my share of those moments in this year. But today I want to just come and say thank you. In August, with $3 million in support from you and a matching amount from the City of Durham, we were able to purchase and preserve Carver Creek Apartments. Not only did we save 48 units of affordable housing, but we have opened the door to creating a supportive housing campus with deeply integrated services. Eventually, the campus should include approximately 120 units, integrating existing Carver Creek, 24 units of Williams Square that H&H built many years ago, and another planned 45 to 50 units. Already, a team has begun to work to determine the right mixture of supportive services as the campus is developed. They'll soon be surveying current residents to understand what they would like to see on the site. We will then move into a facilitated process with partners to understand what they would need in order to operate there on our campus. As that work is completed, we'll start a master planning process encompassing the full 11 acres. We originally hoped to have a ribbon cutting, but came to realize that would be too invasive for the residents at this time. I've had the opportunity to meet with many of them and have been amazed by their stories. You know, many of us knew that we were preserving this housing and trying to avoid people being displaced. What we did not know was we were actually avoiding, for many people, a second displacement. I keep hearing stories from residents who long rented homes here in Durham. The homes were sold. The new owners either increased the rent to a point they could not stay or wanted to live in them themselves. And it is kind of breathtaking in a different way to hear people in their 60s and 70s talk about becoming homeless at that stage of their life. It has reinforced our desire to ensure that current residents can remain if that's the place they want to be as it becomes a supportive housing campus. Another resident told me she'd been watching the news for months and joked about how much the story had managed to be covered. And then she said, "I just want everyone to know how grateful I am that they pulled off this miracle, because I know it's a lot of work from a lot of people in a short amount of time." And with your leadership, and especially I want to add in, there are so many staff from the county and the city that had to do so much extra work in the background, and were just so gracious and patient with us as we worked through that. And so, Manager Sol, I just want to say thank you, and to your team, because we got this done in record time. You know, people have been truly amazed that we pulled this off as a community in such a short amount of time. People often say, "So when did this start?" And for a while I said, well, you know, we found out about the property being for sale early February. But I've changed where I start this story, because I believe it started in the library auditorium on a dreary night in late January, when many of us joined together for the point in time count. And Madam Chair, you were there with us, a number of commissioners were there with us, the mayor and members of City Council were with us, and we went out all together to connect with our most vulnerable neighbors, to count them, yes, but to also learn about their needs. More than 120 people went out that night. And I think it gave us a sense of urgency that for our most vulnerable neighbors, we must continue to do things to address their needs even if it's challenging, even if it has to move fast, even if it's going to take us a long time to realize the full vision. So again, I just wanted to thank you today and let you know the point in time count's coming up soon. And we hope that you'll join us. Madam Chair, I think you went out with Mayor O'Neill last year. So we'll have to obviously see who your new partner is going to be this year as of later this week. But thank you again, and thank you for the time this morning.
Chair Howerton, I think you need to turn your mic on.
He doesn't have, okay. Did you hear me? Durham Langley, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, County Manager Sowell. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before the Board of County Commissioners. My name is DeWarren Langley. I serve as the Executive Director of the Charles Hamilton Houston Foundation, which provides a continuum of intense strategy-centered, skill-based, and career-focused programs, services, and mentorship to facilitate academic, leadership, and professional development to prepare boys and young men of color for academic success and a competitive workforce. Today, I noticed that you all will receive a presentation from the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, and one of the things that was notably absent from that presentation is the data around the risk and needs assessment, as well as looking at trends of our juvenile complaints here in Durham County. And one of the things that you will find in looking at those trends and data is the overrepresentation of boys of color. And I would just implore the commissioners as they begin to hear this presentation to just, one, understand the overwhelming and important role that JCPC provides in conducting a in-depth review of risk and needs, gaining critical insights into the unique challenges faced by young people in Durham, but also to empower them based on that data-driven approach to bring forth recommendations that the commissioners and the community at large could act on in order to help better mitigate juvenile delinquency and better develop and implement intervention services here in Durham County. I can't overstate, and oftentimes in community, I've been saying of lately, I don't know what catalyzing event must happen for us to prioritize and fund and support results-based programming and efforts in our community, but our young people need it, and our boys of color desperately need it. And so I hope as you all hear that presentation this morning that you will employ the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council to bring forth actionable recommendations and not just looking at the annual funding plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are all the signed up speakers I have. Is there anyone else? Okay, thank you. Next items, Commissioners, is 230746, our consent agenda. We have about 19 items, and our county manager will go through those. You have an opportunity to pull those and discuss them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We will begin the consent agenda with 230746, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC 00045, Public Health, to recognize funds in the amount of $862,450 from NCDHHS Division of Public Health to support core public health services. 2307, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. And actually, I guess I could have waited till the next item, but we have these 2 items, front and back to back, and lots of money coming to us. Seems to be related to still sort of COVID funding and recovering and realizing that we in this nation don't invest enough in our public health infrastructure, trying to figure out how we can better strengthen our workforce and be able to perform the core services that public health performs. But I just couldn't tell how we were going to spend the money. Anything specific about how we're going to use this massive amount of funding that I'm thrilled to see, and just wondered how we could learn a few more details about how we're going to spend the money.
Okay, there's Ron.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners, Manager Sowell, and all of our constituents. Brings me pleasure to tell you a little bit more. First and foremost, the item for consent agenda number 1, funds that came directly from the CDC through the state for public health infrastructure. That is an unusual amount of money that we normally receive. That is going to be we're going to be able to use that over 4 years. And it is, as the purpose intended, it is for us to build and bolster our public health workforce. My intention is to really focus on environmental health, Commissioner Carter and fellow commissioners, because we have seen in the state of North Carolina that there's a lot of poaching going on, particularly for well-qualified environmental health specialists. So we are currently working with our fabulous human resources team to really try to bolster up that. The others, the $1.4 million, again for COVID, that helps us with the schools. We still know that COVID is still infecting our babies and our children in Durham public schools. So that allows us to have an additional workforce to really bolster the school health nurses that we have, which, I don't know if this is me. Which, by the way, I should say, also as a point of clarification, our school health nursing team is under new leadership, and proud to say that we are starting to get a lot more school health nurses coming back because we do know that there was a mass exodus during COVID. All other funds, Commissioner Carter and fellow commissioners, are for the purpose of our continued work with COVID-19. We know it's not going anywhere. We certainly want to make sure that we're in a position and have the funding to continue to protect the citizens of Durham County. Happy to answer any additional questions.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, Rod. In particular with the second one, the school health teams and school nurses, it's great to hear you say we're having more success with recruitment of school nurses. So is that basically how both of these funds will be used for recruitment efforts, retention efforts, increased salaries? I mean, is that allowed? Is that what you see us doing? You haven't really decided yet.
I will say we are looking at bolstering the salaries, particularly when it comes to environmental health specialists. Still in negotiations with our fabulous human resources team, but we're pleased to be able to come to the table with money as opposed to groveling to this illustrious board.
Oh, absolutely. At some point, I would really like to hear even more about the school health teams. Really, I've always been very interested in the school health teams in general. Just thinking it's another system through which we can make change. And I'd just love to know, what sorts of successes we're having, bringing together health professionals, allied health professionals within the school setting.
Absolutely.
On the health of the children, the academic achievement of the children,
Sure.
Whatever we're seeing. I noticed there were reporting mechanisms for both of these sources of funding, and maybe we could see those too sometimes when the Board of Health sees them, just to let us know the great work that we're doing and the success we're having.
More than delighted to provide that at a later date.
Great. Thank you, Rod.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Carter, and thanks, Rod, because that conversation has been one that we've been looking at for a long time, especially around the hiring of nurses. And I know with COVID, it just kind of was a problem. Mm-hmm. And you indicated that they are coming back now versus you're not having as much problem hiring nurses. Is that
not as much, but again, I think I can speak on behalf of all the other department heads. We still have folks who ghost us, as they say, and we put a lot of efforts into interviewing. But I will say there are certainly glimmers of hope right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's hope we can get what we need for our schools, because there is such a dire need. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you for the work.
Before Director Jenkins steps away, since we're coming up on the end of the year, I would love every meeting we always have so many grants and funding sources that are coming in from public health, I would love us to just have like an end of year sum total of how much money did public health find and bring in from grants and other opportunities, because I think it'd be really good to just highlight of like the public health department and staff that's working so hard to find other ways to fund these programs, to just have a lump sum amount.
More than happy to get that to you. That's certainly a source of pride for us, and happy to get that for this board.
All righty. So we'll move on to 230748, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00042, Public Health, to recognize $1,404,000 from the NCDHHS Division of Child and Family Wellbeing, Whole Child Health Section, School, Adolescent, and Child Health Unit for an inclusive school health team.
I think we kind of included that conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
230750, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00041, Public Health, to recognize $265,113 from the NCDHHS Division of Public Health Epidemiology Section / Immunization Branch for COVID-19 services.
I just love all this money coming in.
23. Okay.
Yeah.
We can thank President Biden for that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
230751, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00040, Public Health, to recognize $150,000 from the NCDHHS Division of Child and Family Wellbeing, Whole Child Health Section, Child and Family Wellness Unit to expand the Triple P Positive Parenting Program.
Wow. Wonderful.
230760, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00056, to recognize $199,106 in grant funding and approval of interlocal agreement for the 2023 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance JAG grant. 230780, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00046, recognizing $35,066 from the 2023 Homeland Security Grant Program, HSGP, to the Durham County Sheriff's Office. 230781, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00052, recognizing $81,725 from the U.S. Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA, to the Durham County Sheriff's Office for the 2022 State Criminal Allen Assistance Program, SCAAP.
Commissioner Jacobs?
I just had a follow-up question about this. Since this is supposed to be related to the cost for criminal aliens, I'm just wondering if we could get data on how many, I guess, are these undocumented people who are involved in the justice system. Is that correct? I just want to get clarity on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any kind of annual data on how many people we actually have in our jail related to this? If we could get that just in an email, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am. Glad to give that to you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I was just, sort of having a tete-a-tete with Commissioner Alam about how offensive the name of this grant is. I know it's a federal thing, but at the local level, if we could call it something else, what's the language called?
It's the person first language, if we can start utilizing that.
Yes, ma'am. I considered that when writing it. Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All righty. Thank you, sir. 230787, Capital Project Amendment Number 24CPA 00009, and Budget Amendment Number 24BCC 00047, appropriating $2,055,401 of debt service fund balance, transferring $2,055,401 out of the debt service fund to the paygo fund in the Detention Center Critical Infrastructure Capital Project 4190DC086 with a new total of $6,480,903 to fund a $5,893,380 contract with Esatec Inc., as well as authorize the county manager to execute any amendments not to exceed $6,335,383.
And David, I just want to say, and the staff, thank you for all the explanations. It's almost 2 pages of explanations. Just thank you. It's just starting with 2 pages and then all the supporting documents. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Kind of
Thank you.
explains it. Thank you.
Okay, 230791, approval of contract with North American Rescue Simulation for upgrades and repairs to current mannequin EMS simulator mannequins in the amount of $37,584.
Congrats on that one. I see you getting up. How you doing, Director Groves? The reason why I want to highlight this one, could you just explain what kind of training these could be used for? Only reason why, this time last year, a lot of us went to the community college, and Netta, you remember?
Yep.
Yeah, we walked up on one of these mannequins, and we thought it was not going to move, and the mouth started moving. Me and Netta said, you know what, we're going to leave this ghost alone. But, you know, how hard it is, one, to order those, the back orders on them, the community college. I'm just happy that we got it and how we can train our staff. Also, congrats to you on your award. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm happy to see you ain't got the sling no more, so I guess the fight club is over. That's right.
I'm getting it up.
So, yeah, just kind of explain what we're going to be able to use those for, and then I'll leave you alone.
Good morning. Jim Groves, your Emergency Services Director. The mannequins are really just simulators that they give us the opportunity to provide the most real-life scenario to our providers as we possibly can. So we use them in our academies as we're bringing new providers on with our EMS service. We use them for in-service training that goes on annually to keep up their skills proficiently. And then we also can put this simulator in our trailer and take it to folks to be able to help them. These mannequins enable us, someone remotely, to talk. So as we're seeing how the provider interacts, we actually speak through the mannequin to let them know what's going on. Temperature can change, respirations can change, blood pressure can change. Just a lot of things happen with this mannequin to make it incredibly real life. And as you recall, earlier this year, I believe it was, you also gave us the ability to purchase a mannequin that could simulate a birthing. So we also have that too. So we have some great capabilities, and that's why our providers are second to none across North Carolina.
Thank you, good sir. I'm happy we were able to buy this to help folks out. I don't want to see one, but
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, 230792, approval of a contract with Insight Global for an IS&T help desk technician in the amount of $103,350. 230793, approval of interlocal agreement with the City of Durham for the Northeast Creek Sewer Basin hydraulic model and approve use of funding from Unrestricted Sewer Utility Enterprise Fund from approved fiscal year 2023-24 budget in the amount of $700,000 with an amount not to exceed $900,000. 230797, approval of budget ordinance amendment number 24BCC 00053 transferring $400,000 of capital financing plan fund funding to the engineering department general fund budget to support the Shops of Hope Valley pre-development process study, estimated total cost of $400,000, as well as authorizing the execution of a contract amendment with the UNC School of Government's Development Finance Initiative for Phase 1 of the pre-development process for the Shops at Hope Valley Shopping Center site for a total not to exceed amount of $144,350.
Yes.
I was just very excited to see this. That we know we have partnered with DFI before, and they have really helped us to vet several other things, the 300 and 500 East Main Street. They got us started with the old DSS building before the pandemic, which hopefully we will be taking up again. So I was really glad to see this. I just had a few questions. Will they be looking at just like everything on the table, including housing?
Good morning, Commissioners. Perry Manns, Deputy Director for County Engineering. Absolutely. That's the purpose of doing the actual pre-development process. Just like we did on DSS Main and 300 and 500, we're going to be doing extensive community engagement. We'll also have to go out for an request for qualifications to get a design team on board to do some conceptual studies. DFI will be doing the market analysis and pro forma. And we're really just going to take a comprehensive look at what can be accomplished on the site based on the regulatory, guidelines that we have or restrictions that we may have with the site. But yes, there will be multiple meetings with you all and upper management to talk through the process, and we'll be coming back to you periodically with some updates and inform you about the community engagement that we'll be taking part in.
Great. Will we also be getting input from all the county departments?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll give the manager credit. She asked us to do an extensive, more robust community engagement, even more so than we did in the past on those other projects. Mm-hmm. And so our stakeholder list will be very comprehensive and will include all of those parties that you're referencing.
Okay, great, because I know already I'm hearing from different programs within Durham County government that are interested in that space as well. So, but I'm just really proud of this effort. I'd be really interested to know how many, if we even have any models nationally of county governments entering into public-private partnerships with basically a neighborhood commercial site. I think it's pretty groundbreaking, similar to other things that we've done. 300 and 500 and retail on the bottom of admin too. So, I'm glad that DFI is going to help us with this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And I live over in that area, and I can tell you now the senior citizens and the youth are excited about the possibility of what can be over there, because there's really nothing on that side of town for seniors or our young people. So they are really want to, when we have citizen engagement, I think you'll hear from those constituents, because there's just nothing, I don't think there's anything on that side of town. For that demographics. Yeah.
Commissioner Williams. You good? Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Great. Moving on to 230798, approval of contract with Reed's Uniforms to purchase emergency medical services uniforms in the amount of $84,830. Okay, 230799, approval of budget ordinance amendment number 24BCC 00051, appropriating $237,000 of general fund balance to the Stagville Memorial Committee for the Stagville Memorial Project and authorizing the county manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Stagville Memorial Committee outlining the county's commitment to the project for a total not to exceed amount of $237,000. A lot of hands went up.
Start with Commissioner Burns.
Okay, good. I will be quick. So I remember that. Perry, I promise you, this is going to be painless, brother. I'm just happy to see us moving forward. Mine is more of a comment. I actually thought it was more money than this, so I might go back to June 2021 to see, but I just want to publicly state, I remember this meeting very clearly, and while the rest of the country is doing the best they can to erase history in this world, I am proud that I sit on a board and have a staff that was willing to move forward. I think I said it even back during that meeting. Stagville was not just a slave plantation. It is considered a slave complex. The average plantation during slavery, they were like 4 or 5 people. A large plantation was 50. You had over 900 people at Stagville. That is a very rich history that this city and this county has. Those buildings still stand. We got buildings that houses don't last that long. I can't imagine how many repairs I got to do to my house, and Stagville is still sitting up. So I just want to say thank you. I know that there was a group of folks that came to us. I know that you all put a table together. I'm excited to see this money move forward, and I just can't wait to see what it looks like, and I'm proud that I get to vote for it. So thank you to the staff, Perry. Thank you for everything, because I know everybody and their mama had an opinion on what it needed to look like, what it should look like. I don't know what it will look like, and then I will throw this in. I told this to my board, my colleagues. I don't like to say my board, because it's not my colleagues. When I was at UNC, the class ahead of mine decided they wanted to dedicate a monument to the slaves that helped build UNC. It ended up being a table. So they were slaves that were holding it up like this, and the seats were holding it up like this, right? So they thought it'd be cool for a picnic table. That's until my class got there, because we didn't want nobody to sit on it. We didn't want anybody sitting on slaves and eating ice cream on slaves. So I don't know what it's going to look like. I know that folks are not going to be happy with it, because what one generation thinks is a great idea, the next group of people will not. I just want to publicly say that with this money, this board is trying to make good on our promise, and our intentions are good. And I hope that no matter what comes out of this, we can all be excited about the fact that we want to maintain a history so that our children know where they came from. So that's all I want to say about that.
Okay. Commissioner Long?
Yes. Thank you. Ditto to everything Commissioner Burns said. I also just had a question around, so I know I'm really supportive of us funding this, really glad that we're getting this on our agenda. I know that the city's participatory budgeting also has a Stagville Memorial as an option to vote for. So I was wondering, what conversations have we had with the city jointly to talk about? I think theirs is also $275,000. I think their voting ends tomorrow. So when we find out how much, if that is one of the items that gets the most votes, like, I would love to see them get all of that money. Is the memorial team, do they have a plan for, if that amount is doubled, what could possibly come from it?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner Alam. Just to be clear, you all may recall back in June 2021 when the Stagville group came to you all. You basically endorsed the project at $237K. What the memorandum does is outline the process. One, at that time, we did not identify funding, so that's been a struggle. Since then, the Stagville Committee has become a 501c3, so we can actually get the money to them. The MOU actually outlines the process. There is extensive community engagement that's going to be a part of this. The city has been a part of this all throughout the process. Stagville has also been made aware of multiple grant opportunities that they're going to go out to seek to hopefully to enhance the project. I'm sure Vanessa Hines may be on the teams. I would like to thank Brenda Hayes Bright, who's our public art coordinator, who's been lockstep with us in this process as well. So once the community engagement is complete, Stagville really nails down what the actual art or installation would be. They will have to go out and hire an artist, hopefully to sort of help them with the creation and fabrication, installation of the actual art piece itself. So this is going to be I guess, a continuous process that is going to have a lot of input from a lot of folks because it's a piece for the community. I think the goal of Stagville is really to highlight what Commissioner Burns stated, but also to bring attention to the plantation is actually in northern Durham. We have not even nailed down an actual site for the placement of the art yet. That's another part of the process by which we're working with the city on as well. So I just want to make you aware of that's where we are, but this memorandum of understanding actually outlines that and gets us, I guess, to progress forward with being able to get the money to Stagville that you all endorse so they can actually get moving with the project. So, yeah.
Thank you, Perry. Another question, Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I just have a comment. I also want to celebrate this moment, which really began back in 2019 when I was chair of the board and I heard Vanessa Hines speak at a Durham Cares event, and she spoke about this project. And we got together afterwards, and I asked her how the county could be of support. And this is so important. And this is part of, even when we had the Confederate Monuments Commission, one of the recommendations from that process was that we have memorials to people who are not celebrated and recognized in our history, including the formerly enslaved people who built this economy, who built this community, and also indigenous people who lived here first, people who worked in the factories of Durham. But I want to give Perry credit because I went to Perry, again, this is now more than 4 years ago, and about our 1% public, our policy around public art and public history. And so this funding is directly from the renovation of this building, is where this money comes from. And I want to thank Perry for making this happen and for the county taking the lead on this. But I'm also want to emphasize that we do need the city to be a partner, as you mentioned, Commissioner Lam. So even if it doesn't get selected in the participatory budgeting process, we need them to be a partner in this, and we need this to be located in a prominent place in downtown Durham. And the plan is also for there to be a memorial on the site as well. And I was actually with Vanessa Hines and some other folks on Saturday, and our future rail trail project will go by Stagville. And so there's going to be real opportunity to connect people from downtown Durham directly to Stagville and beyond, and to make sure that we have signage and markers and another memorial there as well. So this is really just the beginning, and I look forward to approving the MOU, and thank you, Madam Manager, also for moving this along. Really appreciate it.
So thank you, Mr. Jacobs. You know, history is important. Commissioner Jacobs and I have been on this board for a minute, and we remember a few things that has occurred since then, and it's great to hear the progression of this. And probably a lot of what we're talking about will be involved with the Cultural Advisory Committee. There's going to be a lot that's coming out on with that, and if the board has not had an opportunity to go to some of those meetings, the team is really working hard on what kind of cultural art will be involved in Durham. And I believe there is a meeting at Durham Tech sometime this month. I can't remember the date, but I'll find out and make sure the board knows about it. So It's a lot happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mans. Okay, moving forward, 230803, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00048, appropriating $11,834 of general fund balance to the Clerk of Superior Court for furniture expenses. 230804, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00055, Department of Social Services to recognize funds in the amount of $2,025,899.59 from North Carolina Pandemic Recovery Office, NC Pro, for Durham County to provide emergency rental assistance payments for eligible families. 23.
Oh, got one.
Oh, I'm
Your
sorry.
hand
I
up.
only had
I
three.
couldn't tell if your hand was up or what. Is your hand up? Okay, Commissioner Burns.
I ain't gonna raise it no higher than this. Y'all, my quick question is, thank you, Madam Manager. I was always real careful to ask these early on because beforehand this money came throughout my office. So I'm happy that after a year and a half this stuff comes to the Pandemic Recovery Office. One, I'm excited. You got, how you doing? Come on, we ain't gonna bite you. About the last work session that we had, if it wasn't the last work session, it was a work session before that. We had someone to do a presentation, and we saw that, you already know where I'm going with this. Okay, good. I'm about to drive down your street. We saw that we were using, I think, maybe 200,000, 600, whatever it was, to stop deadbolts for eviction court, to support folks. So we all remember what happened when Hope rolled out, right? We had this extreme amount of money. We had ERAP 1, we had ERAP 2. And so the last work session we had, if I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I'm getting old, that we had $1.6 million left in kind of that fund bucket that we had to help offset some of the issues we saw with evictions. So my question is, this $2 million is added on top of that, but I actually, if I'm not mistaken, there are only certain things you can use this $2 million for. And staff said that they were going to come back to us with some recommendations about how, because we know we can't fix it. Let me state that unequivocally, because I know people will watch these meetings and they'll say, oh my God, the county cannot fix this alone. My question is, does this $2 million help offset that 1.6? And how does this $2 million help with the list of recommendations that y'all are supposed to come back to us with? So that was the last work session or work session before that. And if you don't have the answer, who in the audience does? So that's two questions. Number one.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe I could speak to the financial piece of it first, Commissioner Burns. My name is Kelly Inman, Chief Operations Officer for DSS. And what you have here is really our roll forward of
Right.
the MC Pro dollars.
That's what I
So
thought.
the 1.6 that you're referencing is our current total that we've been
Right.
presenting on. This was our total as of June 30th.
Okay.
So that amount difference is encompassed in that roll forward.
So it's really not $2 million, correct?
Right. There's
That's all I
another
wanted you to
quarter
say.
worth of spending, and you're right, we are continuing to trend around the 180 per month for eviction diversion.
And so, again, this was moved forward almost like reimbursement. We gonna eat this up. So who in here can tell us, or maybe I should ask the manager, when will we get some recommendations back? Because 1.8 a month, I mean, $180,000 a month is gonna choose through $1 million in 5 months.
Right.
Right, so.
And so the board had asked, and if I remember
Yeah,
correctly,
right.
it was the joint city-county meeting that our DSS team came to and presented. Is that the presentation?
It was work session. Because I was sitting here. It was, I promise.
Okay.
It was work session because it was
Okay.
about 6 people sitting right here. And I'll never forget because they said, we can tell you how many folks got money. You remember how they told us how many people the county had helped. And we said, do we have a total number? And I will never forget, it was a young lady sitting there. She says, we do not have the numbers from the city because they have not turned them over. No, it was a work session.
Okay.
I remember that. It was 2 work sessions ago.
Okay.
But yeah.
So what
that's not
the
on us.
DSS staff is working on, Director Maggie is pulling together a team because a follow-up to that conversation was at the joint city-county meeting,
Right.
where they talked about that the DSS staff, with the Medicaid expansion that's coming aboard, they don't have the capacity or the bandwidth
That's
to
helpful.
continue to administer this. And
That's
so
fair.
Maggie is pulling together a team of staff members as well as community partners to talk through how we could continue such a program as this,
No,
and
go
where
ahead.
our funding could come from. We know we are at a funding cliff.
Yes.
And I will tell
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what because here's what I don't want people. I get that there's a cliff. You get that there's a cliff. But I feel like there are folks in the community who think we don't hear it or we don't listen. And that turns into we don't care. And I know that that is not the sentiment of anybody sitting around this table.
Right.
So as we work to be creative and find additional funds and lobby for additional funds, And let me state this really quick. So y'all, a lot of y'all were not at the legislative NACO conference 2 years ago. I will never forget the moment and when we were all sitting in the audience, somebody from the White House was supposed to be talking about stuff from the White House. They said there will be no more ERAP money. Vice President Harris came out, there will be no more ERAP money. Then somebody from EPA and Treasury came out, and then DOD and USDA. It was almost as if every secretary had gotten talking points to say, go back to your county and figure this thing out, because we as the federal government will not be able to do it. And so we've done this for so long, and I think there's an expectation in the community that it will continue, but we don't have the capacity, the infrastructure, the money, you get what I'm saying? So I also, if we are going to, I want the community to know that as we're working on this problem, that these are some of the things that are holding us up from being able to work on this problem. But that doesn't mean we're not pushing jobs out. That doesn't mean we're not helping with Medicaid. That doesn't mean we're not building housing. Does that make sense? Because it looks like we're tone deaf. Not you or anybody up here, but I remember that meeting and the capacity issue. So, and if there is anything that we can do, I don't want to browbeat anybody in here. I know everybody's working hard. I just, again, if Janine was in here, I know I put my hair out with rental assistance. I cried many nights because there were people that were getting put out their house and there was nothing I could physically do about it. And I'm just thinking about that cliff of money we're going to have is going to be a cliff that they're going to have without housing. And I'll stop there. Just think about what that brother said during public comment. Is really people out here, and I know I'm much of a hard, what is anybody else, but I know we can't do everything, but I do hope that we can maybe think of something that we can do, and I'll stop there because there's no solution in this dialogue that I have. But thank you for that.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond also to the concerns that Commissioner Burns raised, because you were not at the joint city-county meeting, and so I'm sorry that you actually. That I'll take personal responsibility for not sharing with you that we had this conversation there, because we have to do something. After DSS made a presentation on the fact that the funds are running out for emergency assistance, rental assistance, I believe the conclusion of it was that, I know I personally asked that the city and the county work together and come back to us with a plan. So I don't know where that's at. I guess I would like to hear what the status of that is, because as you noted, we're going to run out, and we need to have a plan of what we're going to do.
So that's the point that I was speaking to, that yes, so our DSS director is pulling together a coalition of people, because there are actually a multi-pronged challenges that we're going to have to address, not just the administrative portion, but also the funding portion. And if this is something that the city and county can collaboratively agree to provide funding for, what amount of funding do we think could make an impact?
And I want to say this to you, Manager Dr. Sewell. Let me make this very clear. This is not just your job. It is not. Now, we've been carrying, the state has done their part, the feds have done our part, we've done I know who in here I sat on meetings with it where I know how much is done. I'm going to say again, for the people in the back, we still don't know how many people got rental assistance from the city. We've had multiple meetings with them. Our staff has. I don't know where that money went. I'm pretty sure that's going to make somebody want to call over here and threaten me like they threaten every other black woman on the city council. I don't care. You can ask us how much money DSS gave out. You can ask how many families we help. The nonprofits that we work with, you can ask. So I do also know that there is a fear factor of working with other people because everybody hasn't necessarily been an honest broker. And if that is the case, then y'all need to come to us about that. Like that's not y'all's job. It's not. And so again, if it comes down to helping people and trying to work with another body that hasn't necessarily done their part, like y'all need to come to us with that as opposed to we 3 months down the road. If y'all need help with it, if we got to be the bullies on TV, let us be the bullies on TV. And I'm going to stop there.
Got you.
Yeah.
So we'll come back with the proposal after those meetings.
And I heard you. That we did have this conversation, just like Commissioner Jacobs said at the joint city-county meeting, and not everybody serves on that committee, so some of our board members may not have heard that information. But we are looking for the city and the county working together to see what they can bring back to us. And also, our DSS director is going to be on our show coming up pretty soon, and she may have some other information that she can share with the community as well.
Are there any other questions or comments on that item? Okay. Thank you so much, Kelly. Okay, we'll move on to item 230805, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC 00050, appropriating $100,000 in General Fund Restricted Fund Balance to increase state asset forfeiture expenditure authority for the Sheriff's Office.
Is someone here to talk about that a little bit?
We have either Mr. LeBar. Are you able to address that?
Yeah.
Oh, I see Attorney Lovelace. Nope, that's not. Oh, Miss Keisha. How are you? Good morning.
So if you wouldn't mind repeating the question.
Would you just share just a little bit of light on what does it mean when you're talking about the spending authority for the state asset forfeitures? Just exactly what does it do?
So the state forfeiture program is basically our drug tax money, where we have the governor's highway safety troopers on the road confiscating drugs off our highways. And that money goes into the restricted fund balance and is used for LEO purposes, crime prevention, and other community awareness events for our law enforcement officers.
And that's good especially for the public to know what that money is being used for. So
right now we have a budget of $40,000 that's annually used for state forfeiture funding. This year, the sheriff has earmarked those funds for our Project Safe Neighborhood initiative, and they have garnered so much support in the community and increased their presence in the community that they have events lined up throughout the rest of the year that we would need additional funding to make sure that those goals are accomplished.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Gaither.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move now to 230820, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC 00054, appropriating $13,560 of general fund balance for the Durham County District Attorney's Office for increased costs of Assistant District Attorney contracts. And 230824, approval of Capital Project Amendment Number 24 CPA 00010, appropriating $21.3 million in limited obligation bond funding, LOBS, to the Board of Elections South Roxborough Street Renovation Capital Project 4730 DC 155, as well as execute the Construction Manager at Risk GMP number 2 contract for the Board of Education South Roxborough Street Renovation Project. Okay. And Madam Chair, that concludes the consent agenda.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next item, Commissioners, is our discussion items 230828, expedited hearing request for the Unified Development Ordinance Amendment to paragraph 6.2.4 TC 23-00005. The board is requested to suspend the rules and adopt the resolution granting the expedited hearing request for the Unified Development Ordinance Amendment to paragraph, as I stated. And we have, who's here? Our staff, Curtis Massey and Sarah Young, are here to explain these items. Okay. Thank you. Good morning.
Excuse me. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Just to clarify, we are asking for a suspension of the rules to approve an expedited hearing on an amendment, but we are not asking you to actually consider and approve the amendment today. That will be at a public hearing in the future. This is just to say we're going to put this on a faster track under the UDO because this amendment arises from some pending ongoing litigation. As you may recall, last year you had a conservation subdivision come before you attached to a special use permit. Now typically, and in that case, the approval of a subdivision is a ministerial act, an administrative action typically taken by planning staff because it's a very straightforward, does this meet the requirements of the ordinance? And the ordinance requirements have to be very clear and definite. Because it was attached to a proposal for a special use permit, the subdivision proposal came up to you as well. And because it met the specific requirements of the ordinance, you approved it. Opponents have filed litigation. They had argued to you an interpretation of the ordinance which had never been considered before and which you rejected, that the vague statements in the purpose section of 6.24 were mandatory. Those are not specific requirements. They're not a proper basis for approving or denying an ordinance or a subdivision, but they're still persisting in that argument. At the same time, the argument they make on the interpretation of the ordinance is easily addressed. And because of that ongoing litigation and the fact that more litigation of the same type can be filed, because if somebody else files an application for a conservation subdivision that meets the requirements of 6.24H, it would be approved. And opponents could once again challenge it in court. We're asking that the consideration of an amendment be expedited, and that will go through process and come back to you for proper public hearing, proper notice of public hearing, and consideration. So, are there any questions about what we're asking or why?
Okay, state again what
Yes, ma'am.
the action today needs to be. And I have here the motion, but state exactly what the action today is.
Yes, ma'am. If you look at attachment B, which is
That's the
resolution granting
yes.
an expedited hearing,
Yes.
that is the action being requested today.
Okay. All right, any questions from commissioners?
Just go ahead and move that we suspend the rules.
We need to have it open for public?
No, ma'am.
No, we just move ahead.
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Okay, all right.
Move to suspend.
Second.
It's been moved and probably second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we need the motion for the resolution.
I would also move that we approve the resolution to expedite the hearing on this matter.
Second.
As presented to us by Curtis Massey. Thank you, Attorney Massey.
You're welcome, ma'am.
It's been moved by Commissioner
Second.
Carter and second by, I think.
Oh, did you already second?
She already
Okay.
seconded.
Okay.
Commissioner Long. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Commissioner.
All right. The next item is a presentation for the board on the county commissioners to review and approve the FY Durham Transit Plan Q2 Work Program Amendment. And let's see what staff is here. They're already at the table. And okay, David, you want to take the start and introduce yourselves?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brandy Miner. I am the Senior Administrative Officer for the Transportation Department.
Okay. Welcome, Brandy.
I'm Doug Plachinsky. I'm the Executive Director of the Durham Chapel Hill Carrboro Metropolitan Planning Organization. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm Steven Schlossberg, Assistant Finance Budget Director at Go Triangle.
Okay.
So, yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Today, we will be presenting the Durham County Transit Plan FY24 Work Program Q2 amendments, as well as provide a status update on the bus studies. The work program is the annual budget for the Durham County Transit Plan. The Transit Governance Interlocal Agreement, which was recently adopted earlier this year, requires the Durham County Board of Commissioners and the Go Triangle Board of Trustees to adopt and amend the work program. The staff working group develops and recommends these amendments, and the staff working group administrator presents these recommendations to the board. Every year, we have 3 quarterly amendment cycles. The first is Q2, which we're currently in, that occurs in November. We'll have a Q3 amendment cycle in February, and lastly, we'll have another one for Q4 in May. We received 2 amendments for the Q2 amendment cycle. The first is the Mobile Ticketing Technology Project, which was submitted by Go Triangle. This project entails upgrades to the existing mobile ticketing system to increase connectivity, reliability, and data accuracy for fare collection. The primary advantage of these upgrades will be to enable open payment technologies, which will allow riders to be able to tap on the bus with a credit or debit card, as well as with payments that are stored on their phone, credit card payments that are stored on their phones. These upgrades are coordinated with Go Triangle's instructions to prepare to return to fares on July 1, 2024. The net increase to the FY24 budget for this project is $29,550. However, this project will cost a total of $75,550, which Go Triangle is proposing to partially fund by decreasing the budgets in 2 other projects that are currently inactive due to the non-collection of fares. Those 2 projects are fare collection, which will decrease by $22,000, and the Youth Go Pass, which will decrease by $24,000. The second amendment is the Fast 2 study, which was submitted by Durham County. This study is a follow-up initiative to the original Fast 2 study, which was FAST study that was conducted in 2020 and 2021. The primary objectives of this study are to make our freeways and boulevards transit ready, and also to elevate and identify 1 or more BRT corridors that directly link to the RDU airport. This study will be managed by NCDOT's Integrated Mobility Division in conjunction with several regional partners to include the City of Raleigh, Wake County, Orange County, Campo, DCHC MPO, and the Regional Transportation Alliance, just to name a few. These partners have committed approximately $850,000 for this study. Durham County's contribution to this study will be $110,000, which represents $50,000 each from Durham County, the City of Durham, as well as $10,000 from Go Triangle. The overall impact to the FY24 budget for these two amendments will be a total of $139,550. The amendment cycle begins with a public comment period. The public comment period opened on September 21st and closed on October 12th. The public comment period was advertised on Durham County's Staff Working Group website, as well as Durham County's social media platforms and our partner websites such as Go Forward. We did not receive any public comments, and as such, the Staff Working Group recommended approval of the Q2 amendments at our meeting held on October 18th. Following the approval by the Board of County Commissioners, Go Triangle's Board of Trustees will take action to approve at their meeting on November 15th. Does anyone have any questions about the amendments?
Commissioner Burns?
So this is the end of you saying any questions at this juncture?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes to which one? This is
of this section.
Thank you.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
There we go. Because I thought there were more slides.
It is.
Thank you. So mine, really quick. You told me the date of when the public hearing opened. When did it close?
On October 12th.
Okay, so it's about a month, right?
We're required to open it for 21 days.
21 days. Okay, this is one, thank you for everything. This has been a beautiful presentation. I have more questions at the end. I just want to make a notation that we had this open for 21 days and we got 0 comments. Now, I know that transportation is not sexy. I just want to make it clear that's kind of an anomaly to have 0. So in the future, what other way we can kind of sort of get the message out, because Bike Durham, the Coalition for Housing and Transit, I just find it very hard that these very vocal groups, I know that we put an ad in something else and it wasn't using a QR code. So that's not for y'all. I just want us to kind of sort of take that in, that it was open for 20 days and 0 comments came in. And so as we move along and open this up for the public, we always think of additional ways to make sure folks can access this and get it back. I don't think in any way that's an indicator that you all didn't do your due diligence, but as a public servant, I want to always be conscious of that. So that's my comment, and I want us to just collectively kind of think about that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thank you for this first part of your presentation. I'm thinking about the mobile ticketing and just I'm assuming that sort of, you present it as it's not that big of a change. It's more of an upgrade, an improvement to the current system. But do you foresee that there might be users, riders, who would be confused by it at all? Or, especially going from free to a mobile ticketing approach? Sorry, I have a new phone. I don't know how to cut it off. Moving it way over here. That's why I'm asking about technology and ticketing, because I can imagine if I were getting on the bus, I might think, wait, where's my do you know what I'm saying? I'm just wondering what you all think about that.
Yeah, that's actually a great question, and that's part of the reason Go Triangle is being very, very proactive about putting these items in place. To your point, a lot of the drivers have never collected fares, so it's really going to be just a whole learning process for everyone. I know the Go Triangle Community Engagement Team, working with the regional partners, if there is a Go Back to Fares, is planning on a whole kind of public outreach of what you need to do, how you need to do it, things you need to do. I'm sure there's still going to be the old-fashioned fares way to do it, but the goal is really just, at this point, since it's been so long, technology has really advanced, and we've gone to the point where, like UMO, which is the group that Go Triangle in the region does, they have it where you could just tap the phone, kind of go on this kind of initiative, which makes it very simple and easy. But I'm sure that there's going to be a full outreach explaining what needs to be done. And I'm also, I would think there would be some kind of a soft launch, which really understands that there are going to be these growing pains, that over time we haven't been, collecting fares, and now we are. So I don't think it's going to be like a turn right on. So I think it's going to be very, evolve, really very thoughtful.
An evolved rollout.
I agree,
Very,
yeah.
very sensitive to the user and trying to make it as user-friendly and,
Exactly.
and driver-friendly.
And driver-friendly,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, I want to first celebrate that our new process because I was really excited to see this item, to see us using the process that we came out of our governance study. First of all, the fact that the change in the work plan has to come to us for approval, which is new. So we approve it as well as the Go Triangle Board, and we approve it first. So this is new, and so I'm excited to see that. Also to see the template that we're using, which is really giving very good transparency and accountability on what, why is this money being requested, and, all the questions that I saw reflected in that. So really excited to see this process and to see all three of you together representing all parts of our system. So I fully support this work plan request. We come up with a plan, but there's always going to be things that change every year. And I'm excited about the FAST study, which is being led by NCDOT. So really great to have them taking the lead on this, because we can't execute on having our roads be incorporating transit and being smarter unless they are taking the lead on it. So that's really great. And of course, with the mobile ticketing, we're definitely behind the times on that. And I think from what I've seen, for instance, being part of the DSS board, is when we move towards people being able to do things on their phones, it really made things a lot easier for people, because that is something that most people do have. And so being able to, for DSS, do applications on their phone and submit information, things like that, really made things more equitable and accessible for people. So I'm excited to see what we do come up with. So thank you all, and I'll let you keep going with your presentation.
It doesn't want to move.
Oh, is this me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. We put this together and didn't really have an opportunity to coordinate it, so I appreciate your grace. So, as Commissioner Jacobs mentioned, this is part of a lot of recommendations that came out of our governance study and the Durham County Adopted Transit Plan. In the Durham County Adopted Transit Plan, there are a couple of initiatives. This pie chart provides the funding breakdown of resources over the life of the plan. And as you can see called out, about a quarter of the overall plan resources are intended to be spent to produce more reliable and better, more consistent regional connections between our core communities across the Triangle, so getting people to and from Durham, to or from Chapel Hill, Carborough, and then Raleigh, RTP, Cary, et cetera. And then just to make bus service in general faster and more reliable. And those are really the two key program areas that support the initiatives that I'm going to talk about next. So first, a specific project a planning project in the Adopted Transit Plan is a Durham County-wide bus speed and reliability study. We are working with a couple of consultants to develop a strategy on how to convene all of our stakeholders across both internal to Durham County and our neighbors and our other operations and public transportation partners, including Go Triangle and the state of North Carolina. We're engaged with a couple of consultants and are working through some processes on what that could look like. We definitely want to make sure, as a part of examining our public transportation system in Durham County, that again we're looking at how land use and housing, jobs access all encourage public transportation use. We want to make sure that we're engaging elected bodies, appointed bodies, and widely members of the public. We are going to be looking at local services that are either operated with Go Durham or paratransit or private transit, and regional connecting services that are operated by Go Triangle. A lot of times we refer to this casually as the BRT study. We will be evaluating if there are operational corridors in Durham County that lend themselves for development into a BRT-like service, a fast, frequent service that has more easily accessible stations and vehicles. And then if we can identify a corridor where it would make sense to elevate public transportation service to something more of a bus resembling a train, that we understand the process for developing a Federal Transit Administration New Starts application, which is the Capital Improvement Grants, CIG acronym that's there. That said, we want to see if there are other alternatives in the community, how to identify corridors and improve public transportation current operations. And that includes identifying the pieces of those corridors, the timing for how to implement them, what project sponsorship looks like, which agencies are going to take the capacity lead on developing operations, maintenance. Certainly if we're introducing a new kind of vehicle and technology into our Durham County public transportation portfolio, that's an amount of capacity that will have to be built up. So it's going to be something that takes a lot of intent and thought. And then how we coordinate with developing the projects themselves and engaging the community. So I am excited to begin working on this project. The MPO is helping lead the procurement and managing the project, but it is not an MPO project. It's a Durham project. We're going to be also, I think what's really key is engaging our adjacent partner agencies, whether they're the Piedmont Area Regional Transit, whether it's Chapel Hill Transit, whether it's Go Triangle, Wake County, Orange County, Person and Granville counties. We're going to have spots at the table for all of those groups to talk about what this looks like, and I am very optimistic that we will develop a good series of projects out of the work. I'm presenting you information on this right now as an update. There's no action that's associated with the current program budget that was part of Brandy's previous presentation. What was part of the previous presentation was the FAST 2 study. A lot of questions get asked, well, if you have this study and you have that study, well, how are they different? How are they the same? Or is anybody making sure that they're not duplicating our efforts? We want to reassure the board and our constituents that are plugged into this meeting that we are, in fact, coordinating efforts and not duplicating them. I'd like to introduce how I consider the FAST 2 study as building off of a complete streets approach in our transportation system development that adds some very critical technology and standards to the idea of complete streets. We have complete streets and how our roadways need to be accessible for non-motorized transportation and other sorts of transportation uses, but we don't have a really good idea of specific standards. For example, are there additional road lane widths or geometric designs that are specific to public transportation vehicles that we need to make sure that we incorporate into any work that happens on our existing or future public transportation routes. Are there traffic signal opportunities to improve coordination and public transportation performance? We think that the Department of Transportation should really be commended for leading the FAST 2.0 effort. It's as much creating standards for them as it is for any of our local agencies. Most of the coordination will be internal between different stakeholder agency staffs. There will be some public engagement, but expect that a lot of that will fall to the funding partners as the study is nearing towards adoption. So I would expect that you may be asked at the study's conclusion to sort of adopt support either through resolution or some other way for the outcomes of the study. This is going to be strongly considering both local services and regional services, and we'll be looking at our significant corridors across the region. US 15501 between Durham and Chapel Hill is really important in how we can make improvements there. The East End Connector, which is the new 885, the Durham Freeway, US 70, our other interstates. All of these corridors have significant projects, just highway projects, whether it's resurfacing or geometric improvements coming over the next generation. For our constituents, we want to make sure that those improvements include public transportation benefit.
Go ahead, and I'll go.
I'm not sure you want me to ask now, though. Do you want me to wait? Do you want me to hold it till?
No, this is such an important conversation. No, just go ahead.
Okay. Could you go back to that slide that we were on? Just remind me. So I am confused about what studies what. Sorry about that.
Sure.
You know, there's the 15501. There's a study there, but I could see how it might involve bus rapid transit sorts of analyses. You know, maybe we're trying to figure out what to do along the former light rail corridor. 147, a lot of visioning over the years has come forward that talked about turning that into a boulevard sort of project rather than a highway bisecting neighborhoods. 70, I know there's comments have recently been collected along about what to do with 70. Is it going to be more of a highway, or is it going to be more something that seems more like complete streets? So just could you help me understand how all these are working together and which ones of those falls under which category?
So certainly, and that's a great question. As I said, this is confusing even for us that work with the day-to-day. So we have lots of internal processes to keep things straight. The examples you mentioned are all based on specific corridor or area projects. So the FAST 2.0 study is a global look at our transportation infrastructure and the kinds of improvements that need to be made, both geometric and technology like signal systems and operations, to make sure that we accommodate the future of public transportation broadly. When we get to a specific corridor like 15501, the bus speed and reliability study in Durham should have a serious implementation of what advancing public transportation in that corridor looks like and be able to influence the outcome of NCDOT's potential project along 15501. So that'll have more detail, more granular, more project-specific improvements.
Yeah, that is helpful. Not completely clarifying, but it is certainly helpful. Yes. Thank you.
David, are you a professor? Have you ever been an instructor?
I have taught adjunct before, and I would guess that my students were equally confused about all this, too.
No, I asked that because one of the things that being on the board of Go Triangle is that I push back a lot because they're speaking to people that we're going to have a whole new board almost on Go Triangle. board of trustees, and sometimes there's no context for what's being given to us. Coming here first makes sense to me because you're explaining it in a way that my brain can comprehend, but when you come to me on the 90th yard and ask me to vote for something that I don't have the context for what happened 5 years ago, it gets to be, we're pushing back on people. But what you, all three of you, are doing this morning gives me context for what is happening, and I can follow it somewhat. I mean, I know all the details, but it makes sense. That's why I asked you if you were a professor.
Well, I think collectively we've heard your statements and your perspective a lot. Collectively, your perspectives, and we're working very hard to make not just our public outreach, like when it happens, accessible, or where it happens, but also how it happens.
Yeah.
So we're not throwing just a bunch of acronyms, which transportation is very, very famous for, out at folks and expecting them to be able to follow along, because it is alphabet soup for sure.
It is. And when the public is listening to it, they don't understand either, and then they come to us and ask us questions, and if we are not grounded, we can't answer their questions. And if we can't answer the questions, we need to come find you. So thank you for what you provided this morning thus far. It really makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Well, I need to give credit to the Durham County Transportation Director, Ellen Beckman, who was not able to be here today, because her expertise was needed to share with her peers nationally on some work that she's been doing, and receiving recognition for that. But she put together this slide, and I think that it is very valuable along that same vein of conversation.
Good.
So overall, overarching in Durham, we have a vision plan. That was the county transit plan that you all helped adopt. Mm-hmm. And that talks about on a high level and with broader public engagement, what's important when it comes to public transportation in Durham County. Is it regional connections? Is it reliability? Is it speed? How does that go? And the vision plan takes a long-term look at it and essentially considers the money that the county's transit tax, that half-cent raises for the most part, and there are some other small funding sources, but that's the big one. And how are we going to spend that into those needs buckets? The two studies that are in the next box up here sort of begin to refine those down. Okay, we know we've got 30+% that we want to spend on some regional connections and improving bus speed and reliability in Durham County. So how are we going to do that? What's our strategy for that? The FAST study, okay, what specific kinds of infrastructure all over Durham do we need to implement to make public transit more useful and effective? Then we've got project development. We've got kind of two kinds of project development. We've got big transit projects, public transportation corridors, where maybe we are looking at installing a BRT-like system that has more dedicated stops and tied in more to specific developments rather than a flag stop kind of system where you have lots of road signs just on the side of the road. And then we've got highway projects, which are called out here as Transportation Improvement Program projects on our major corridors. What really specific improvements need to be made as a part of those and that project development? All of these are going to take many years and many versions and iterations and lots of public input, lots of data collection, lots of construction analysis and engineering that'll go into some output, which would be projects. And some of the projects we're hoping with public transportation are potentially bus rapid transit and just more reliable bus service. A lot of people in Durham use public transportation. We want it to be consistent. We want it to be on time. We want to improve headways so that we get down to 15-minute headways on some of our most important routes, or even more. And that's how we're going to continue to get support and grow system usage. So again, some of the future actions that will come before this board and the Go Triangle board will be approving project development funding in the annual work programs, refining projects that are in the Durham County Public Transportation Plan, and then at the MPO board level, including those regionally significant projects and investments in the regional long-range transportation plan. So, Steve, did you want to talk about anything with Go Triangle to put you on the spot? You seldom are at a loss for words. So.
No, I mean, I think as Doug kind of indicated, that there's a lot of working together, a lot of collaborative, and it kind of feeds into just the overarching view of where we are with studies and where we want to get to implementation. And one of the potential studies is Go Triangle. Paul Black, I'm not sure if he gave at this work in previous work sessions, is something we could definitely correspond and have a presentation. But one of the Go Triangle initiatives is the regional rapid bus study. It kind of goes with all these other studies. As Doug kind of said, there's also this kind of high level overarching study with the FAST. But one of the things is really just evaluating where we could do kind of regional rapid bus, kind of having these abilities to really serve into the area and just kind of pick up on the ridership. In regards of the specific, if the desire is to actually have a presentation on it, I think that would be great. I'm sure he gave at the Go Triangle board level, but that's something we could definitely arrange as we progress further on it. I'm not sure if Doug, if you have anything.
Well, I think that summarizes it well, and certainly as that effort gets more refined, I'm sure Go Triangle would like to come back and inform.
Commissioner Carter?
Is this in lieu of something, for rail for regional transit?
I think it's really just kind of like peeling the onion back and just kind of seeing where we could go. And similar to like what you were saying, like if we have to do something with the LRT line in the past, or just how we could really make the whole region go further. So Go Triangle as the regional entity really is trying to evaluate everything, kind of everything on the table. But what I'll do is I will circle back with Go Triangle staff and actually have them put a presentation in the next month or two with this board just to get further on as we're implementing, or just really as the process is moving forward. That'd be something great if the board would like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think this is intended to be in lieu
of
a long-range vision for fixed guideway public transportation, but in between now and then, how to develop service on that route.
Okay.
Those routes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're going to continue to build on engagement. I know at the MPO we're working on some new strategies and opportunities to deploy and engage our constituents regardless of their technology familiarity or capabilities or their location or where they're at, but we want to get out and we want to target lots of people. We want a lot of involvement. We want to make sure that we're engaging different kinds of people in different situations, but certainly making sure that people that have not traditionally had access to our public transportation system or our decision-making processes have that access. That's very important to us. We're going to work a lot through and I'm speaking from the MPO's perspective, over the next 5 years as we're updating our long-range plan, which we coordinate with our sister agency based in the Raleigh-Cary metropolitan statistical area, so that the whole triangle has a consolidated long-range transportation plan that looks at the next 30 years. We want to make sure that we're distilling the input we get into good information to help our decision makers decide how we invest our limited transportation funding.
Yeah, you mentioned something earlier, David, and Doug. I want to keep saying David today. My son, his name is David. He's probably talking about me right now. But you mentioned something earlier about our partners and having conversation and making sure that they are brought into this conversation. And, I've had that conversation with you. I've had it with Wendy as well. And I appreciate that piece as well, because when we're talking about regional, it can't happen if we don't have relationships with the other counties. So thank you for driving that conversation, you and your team.
And for the next long-range plan update, which we intend on adopting in 2025, we are already having meetings to coordinate all those partners every Friday morning, every other week. So
Great.
we're already starting this. We're already working together.
Good.
You know, we have regular touch points on.
So I can give up on, I have to pull a meeting together. Good. I don't have to deal with it. You got it. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you again for this presentation. And I just, a few things. One, I think it's really important, and you alluded to it, Doug, that we, especially with the bus speed and reliability study, that we are talking about land use. And I just want to make sure, and we've talked about this, but I just want to state it in this for the record here, that it is going to be really important that we coordinate with the Durham Comprehensive Land Use Plan and also with the adoption of the revised UDO. We can't talk about being able to have an effective transit system and increase ridership and get funding unless we are also coordinating with the land use. To me, this is just one of the most important pieces. We know that one of the reasons that we didn't qualify for FTA money for the commuter rail in the commuter rail study was because we didn't have enough ridership around the station areas. So that's where it's going to be so important that we are looking at the land use, because it will help us also get funding. It will help us avoid sprawl and implement actually the goals of our land use plan. But it's, all of the studies show us that the future jobs are going to be east of us in Wake County, and we know the corridor where all the jobs are. It is the rail corridor, so we've got to, for the future prosperity of our residents, we have to make sure people can get to where the jobs are going to be in the future, whether it's by bus or train or the Triangle Bikeway on an electric bike. So we need all of those. I know Doug already addressed about that this is not in lieu, because we have to be clear that even BRT can never replace the efficiency of train. So we have to have both. We have to have both. Buses are not going to have the capacity, and they're not going to have the reliability and the efficiency. We have to have everything. So, but thank you, and I look forward to all the great things that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? Okay, anything else for you? Well, again, thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Next item is, make sure I'm on the right page here. I think it's the appraisal. Yes. 230821, presentation of Durham County 2025 general reappraisal update. And we have a new tax assessor, Mr. Doyle, and he's going to present to us today. All right. And Dwayne, both of you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Dwayne Brinson, Assistant County Manager. I'm going to give just a brief remark on the theme of this work session. This work session is intended to be the community safety portfolio. A lot of the presentations you're going to see coming up, they are themed with community safety. So I'm going to introduce this one and quickly turn it over to our new and very capable tax administrator, Mr. Kiara Doyle. This
Okay.
presentation is just an annual update, a routine update on the 2025 general reappraisal that we'll have in Durham County. So, Mr. Doyle.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Welcome to your first presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we get started, I just want to thank you all, commend you all for the efforts on the Stagville project. I was glad to hear that. I've been going there since a child, and that's a very powerful place. So thank you very much. All right, we're going to jump right in. I have the Deputy Assessor, Starlin Beatty, with me to assist.
Good morning.
Now, we're going to basically just be giving an update on the reappraisal. We did a presentation, I believe it was back in May, I believe. But this is basically going to recap some of that same information and give you a little more clarity in regards to where we are today.
Okay.
No problem. All right.
He's still nervous.
All right, so the agenda. Durham County, history of Durham reappraisals, the significance of the actual 2025 reappraisal, and the timeline. All right, so the history of Durham County. Durham County was established in 1881. It is a product of land being transferred from a portion of Orange and Wake County. Durham County hosts the 4th largest city in the state and the 73rd largest city in the United States. Over the course of the first 100 years, the population grew in 1981 to just over 163,000 people. So it took 100,000 years. 100 years to get to 163,000 people.
Okay.
So
We got
100
you.
years.
We got you.
All right, so the county increased in population in 2000 to 223,000. That's an increase of 60,000 people. By 2010, it grew to a population of 267,000. The county's population for 2023 is over twice that 1981 population, at more than 350,000 people. So the increase in population, of course, creates that demand, and the supply went through the roof. So this is why we are in a kind of situation we are in regards to the housing, rental market. Everything's increased because direct effect of this population growth in such a short time period. So the history of Durham County, and I'm not going far back, but the last 4, including this one. So we did one in January 1, 2008. Very long time in between. The next one was 2016. Thankfully, you all changed that to a 4-year cycle. This particular time it was 3 years. So we did one again in 2019. And the expected reappraisal now coming January 1, 2025. The significance of these reappraisals. So the reappraisals are required by law at least once every 8 years. The more time between those reappraisals, the more opportunity we have for activity to take place in the market. Whether that is positive or negative, that time span gives a lot of time for a lot of movement. The goal of the reappraisal is to bring all of the properties to 100% market value. So we're basically saying every reappraisal, we're going to adjust those tax values to the current market. All right. A reappraisal equalizes the tax base, but should not be confused or considered a revenue generator. All right. So it's really just to readjust the tax values to whatever the current market is at that time of that reappraisal. North Carolina Department of Revenue Reappraisal Standards. The North Carolina General Statute 105-283 states, all property, real and personal, shall, as far as practicable, be appraised or valued at its true value in money. Again, at market value. The standards and uniformity. On November 1st, 2017, the North Carolina Department of Revenue announced the adoption of the International Association of Assessing Officers Standard on Mass Appraisal for Real Property as the standard for reappraisals, thereby providing a systematic means by which county assessors throughout North Carolina can improve and standardize the reappraisal process. So this is really just a matter of trying to make sure that everybody across the state is doing the same thing. We're all trying to use the same standards, the same practices to get to these values. The county assessor is responsible for the listing, appraisal, and assessment of all property in the county in accordance with the provisions of state law. The Board of County Commissioners is to provide the funding necessary for the county assessor to carry out the duties and responsibilities required by the North Carolina statutes. Taxpayers deserve a fair and equitable reappraisal. County government provides resources to produce fair and equitable reappraisals based on standards adopted by North Carolina Department of Revenue.
Which one? Reappraisal public relations. It is imperative Durham County citizens understand reappraisal mandates and requirements, the purpose of a reappraisal, the process of a reappraisal, and how a reappraisal affects their tax liability. We're going to go into our timeline. If you notice, the top 5 units or lines are things that have already occurred. They occurred between January 23 and August of 23. We did the reappraisal plan was due to North Carolina Department of Revenue. That was sent in and approved by them. In January also of that year, the internal reappraisal work began. We started doing our initial things as to how we need to set up the office, who we need to be in what place to do which things. So we started that in January, and then in January also, in conjunction with doing the plan and setting up who does what and when, we also began to analyze the sales that have occurred in Durham prior to January. So we started doing that, and that gives us an idea of where we concentrate and where we need to start learning about the activities that occurred prior to that date. In March, we started pricing land, and when we started pricing that land, that was based upon the information and the data that we got out of the analyzing of the sales. So there was mostly land sales we were interested, not so necessarily package sales of land and homes. And then in August, we started the improvement pricing, which then takes that land that we've already analyzed and we put it to, or we add some buildings to it. So now we understand, or we are beginning to understand the sales of the county. How should we price the land? How should we price these buildings? What are the contributing things to making things sell for what they sell? Then starting, and that's what we're doing right now. We're in that process right now. We're really analyzing sales and putting those sales together to come up with why these things sold for this, how much did they sell based on the land sale, and how much did the house contribute to that package sale. So that's what we're trying to understand now and to set that baseline for what we're trying to do. In March 24 coming up, we're going to start or begin to construct the schedule of values. That is the thing that we bring before you all to lay out so that you all can look and at it to see how things, how we plan to price these things. It also lays out for the community to review, make comments on. So at that point in time, we'll start putting that thing together so that by September, we'll be able to have that to you all. Because in July, we should be getting that document together. We should have the information that we think is going to be relevant and going to make this project happen. And so at least in September, we want to have that adopted so that you come before you all, get it adopted so it can lay out and everybody look at it. And then between January and February of 25, we want to start getting those notices of change of value out, the thing that everyone is going to be waiting for and the thing that everyone is going to be dreading. So we're going to do all those things at the same time to get that out so that the people can get their notice of what we intend to assess these values at, these property values at, and that they'll have their time to look at their notice, determine whether they think that notice is valid or are we just crazy, all right, which most of the time they say we're crazy. All right, so, and we'll also start after we send out this notice, the set of what we call informal appeals. There is no such thing as an informal appeal, but there are things that happen that may not need to be appealed, which, for example, if we've got you with 72 bathrooms and 3 bedrooms and a 1,400 square foot house, that's an error. You don't need to appeal. We just need to fix that. That's going to be easy. So we're going to have a number of those things that happen simply due to data entry. We will straighten those things out, and hopefully that will not cause a formal appeal. So we can get rid of those formal appeals. And so the Board of Equalization and Review, which you all have appointed to sit in your place, will begin, of course, after the first Monday in April. And at that point in time, we should be hearing people. People should be coming into our office. They should be getting information that they haven't gotten before, and they should get an understanding of why their values are as they are, or we can discuss it and see what they have that will dispute what we have, and we'll go through the process of having an appeal. So that's what we'll do then. And so April, we'll start that process, which everybody is so excitedly waiting for, and I certainly am. Okay, I guess y'all heard that. Okay, how to accomplish a successful reappraisal. Of course, the timeline, we got to set it up so that we'll know how to begin and when we need to end. Time management is a priority, ensuring all necessary resources are accessible and that everything is done timely. We need to have the proper software, the things that really help us to keep it organized. And we are utilizing the top-of-the-line modern software with all the technical enhancements and advancement that are going into the mass appraisal business. And then we have an educated staff. You all have afforded us the opportunity to make sure that the people on our staff are educated. They're not just in there talking. They know what they're talking about, so we appreciate that. So we're going to apply that training and education to make sure that how we communicate with the staff, how we communicate with the citizens of the county, and make sure that they know that we know what we're talking about. And so that teamwork through all of that, none of that would happen if we do not have teamwork. And so we're going to ensure that all these divisions within the tax administration work together to produce the required results. And we're going to make certain, as I said, that communication is orderly and constructive. You say, well, you don't need other teams in the tax division to work on this. Remember, we're doing the real property part of it. And mixed in that real property, especially when you're doing commercial work, there is personal property. So when we see a commercial sale, even though it's not supposed to include any personal property, we need to work with the personal property team to make sure that we are not double listing things. So there is some cross-referencing from the personal property section. And also the land records and GIS people, we get our parcels, the size of our lots and tracts, that comes through them. So we work with land records and GIS. So the office has to be coordinated so that we can have everything the best that we can have when we send it out. And then we need to be coordinated so that when we send it out and something is not correct, that we are able to fix or adjust or correct whatever needs to be corrected. And our success, the DCO's tax administration staff has the skills and knowledge to successfully complete the 2025 reappraisal. Staff, paired with the enhancements of the NCPTS camera system, provides and enables our office with the ability to complete the 2025 reappraisal in accordance to the NCDOR standards and in a timely manner. The 2025 reappraisal will be a fair, equitable, and here in Durham, a historic reappraisal, which I fondly refer to as hysteric. And we listed here, so if anyone needs to contact our office, Kiara, there's the information to get in contact with him. And anytime you all have something for us, any questions, please feel free to contact Mr. Doyle or myself. We will be glad to talk with you and give you anything that you need from us, and we appreciate the time to go over this and answer any questions you all may have.
Questions, please.
Okay, Mr. Doyle and Mr. Beatty, thank you so much for your great presentation. Any questions from the board? Commissioner Alum.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and congratulations, Kiara, on your first presentation to us. I had a question more so for my own learning and understanding. So when we do a tax reappraisal, it's not, you already mentioned, it's not a revenue generation, so it's to get us to be tax neutral. So the way that would happen is that the properties are assessed, and then there's going to be properties that increase in value, some properties that stay the same, some properties may lower in value, and then you adjust the tax rate to get our revenue to stay the same, right? Is that how it works?
You are explaining revenue neutral.
Okay.
Yes. But in general, the reappraisal itself is just to get those tax values where they need to be, which is market value. The tax rate portion you're speaking of makes it the revenue neutral conversation. But the reappraisal itself is specifically for value. So it's only identifying whatever the market value is at that particular time, in this case, January 1, 2025. So properties that are selling today and next year, 2024, 2 years prior to the reappraisal, those are the sales that we're going to be focusing on mostly in regards to identifying market value, and that will equate to tax value. So those notices will be based on just tax value.
So then the residents that would be most likely to be impacted by the tax appraisal are going to be the ones who like maybe purchased a home in like in 2019 when the last reappraisal happened, versus someone who purchases a house in 2025, say they purchase it for $600,000, is probably still going to be valued at that $600,000, versus a 2019 person, their house has grown since then, or their value has grown.
Let me give you a quick example. All right, this might help you out. All right, so taxpayer buys a home in 2017. They paid $230,000 for that property. In 2019, there was a reappraisal. Their tax value became that $230,000 or close to it, based on the fact that their sale took place right before 2019. All right. In this particular case, in this particular market, that person that paid $230,000, that reappraisal readjusted their tax value in 2019 to $230,000. All right. That person has not purchased a home. They are still in that same property. 2025, that person's property value could be $450,000 without a sale taking place. Now, in that particular case, that taxpayer paid $230,000 for the property. About 4 years later, a person across the street with a smaller home, 1,000 square feet smaller, paid $360,000 for their property.
Yep.
All right, so that $360,000 property sale affected that $230,000 property, because that was a smaller home, sold for $360,000. and that sale took place in this time period. So that $360,000 affects that $230,000 sale. Now, does it mean that it's going to be $500,000 or $600,000? I don't know, but that's how it affects it. They're two totally different properties, two totally different sales, but they do affect each other. Yep. So, did I answer it? Did that help you?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what's happening throughout Durham. Now, depending on neighborhood, those ranges are drastically different, or they could be very close and tighter. That's the hard part that the tax administration has, well, real property specifically, has to take their time, analyze these sales, and determine the triggers that cause these variances, these differences. Is it just square footage? Is it location? There are all kinds of things that go into that particular math.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I have one follow-up question. I know, so we're only talking about the reappraisal, so you can tell me if we need to get to this part at a later time. Going back to the revenue neutral conversation. So in that instance that you just explained, if we are trying to reach a revenue neutral tax rate, the impact would still be greater on that individual who purchased their home in 2017 versus the person who purchased their home more recently. If we're trying to reach revenue neutral, because then the tax rate would come down, but their property value is still higher, so their tax rate's probably still higher, or tax value. Yeah.
The purpose of the reappraisal, which we've been stating, is to determine market value. The effect for the person that paid the $230 will be the same as the effect of the person that paid $330, because remember, that property was sitting on the books when they purchased it at the $330 price, at some price more than likely lower than the $330 they paid. So everybody had been equalized in 2019. All right, so their value was a 2019 value for the $230,000 sale, but also the $330,000 sale was also equalized in 2019. So they both were sitting here at this price. The sale of the $330,000 just came here. So it did not change their value. They did not get a raise. So when 25 comes, everybody gets the raise at the same time. So they will be equally affected. It would not be one is higher, one would pay more taxes simply because they purchased years earlier than the one who purchased more recently. So that's the purpose of the revaluations, is to keep these periods of equalization. And that's how we make the effect be equal. You know, the pain is spread out over the 4-year period the same. Then we go into the next cycle, everybody's equalized from there, and your value stays the same until the next reappraisal. So you don't get in between rises or lowers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs or Commissioner Burns? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what's confusing is that the tax rate the tax value has not changed since 2019. So no matter what somebody paid for their house, it doesn't correlate to the tax rate. And what we're doing with the revow is actually changing the tax rate so that it's correlating to the current market value. Yeah. And just to clarify also, they will tell us what the neutral tax rate is, but it's actually up to the Board of County Commissioners to set the tax rate. Yeah. But thank you so much for your presentation. It's really helpful, not only for our board, but I think to start having this conversation in public. It's, every time you come and give this big picture and tell us where we are at the process, it's helping to educate the community. So one of my questions is, related to the community engagement piece. Have you developed a timeline for that yet, and strategies around that yet?
I should have gone first.
We always think the same.
Man.
It's being worked on now. We have not actually scheduled the first one, but we are working on how we want to roll that out. But we want to get started as soon as possible.
Okay, great. I think that's going to be really important. And when you do have that plan, if you could share that with us.
Certainly.
And hopefully we will have we've got great resources. I see some of them sitting in the room to help you with that. And I hope you'll also use, I know Dwayne did some of this too when he was the tax administrator, is the videos. I think, and Rod just did he's done great interviews during COVID to the community. And recently Rod and Maggie, our DSS director, did a joint video on Medicaid expansion. So I would encourage you to use all the resources that we have within Durham County government to help you with getting the message out, because I think that you can hear from the conversation here how it's confusing, and the idea that this is the value at one point in time, one day, January 1st, 2025. It's not the day before, it's not the day after, it's that one day. It's just a snapshot. That's the way the law works. I think that's going to be really important. And also, are we going to be able to do the comps again that we provided in 2019, where residents could go online and right there, just like you were explaining, that you could see what the different properties were that have sold on your street, and when, so that people can understand where these numbers may be coming from. Will that be available to people?
That is our intentions at the moment. That particular, we lost a little functionality with the conversion, so we're trying to make sure that we bring that portion back, two different systems. So our intentions were not to get rid of that, so that is something that we plan to definitely have back.
Okay. I would just say I think that's one of the most important things, because it would really help with, number one, cutting down on the appeals, but also I think it makes it more equitable for people, because some people can't afford to go out or they don't know how to get comps. And so, they can't go out and get an appraiser to come in. That's expensive. So if we can provide those comps to people who do want to appeal also, I think it makes the process more equitable. So for me, I know that's a priority to have that. And the other thing I would encourage is just use us as a resource about community groups to go speak to. And also, we're happy to help with that and making connections. And also our libraries have always been a good place to have, for you to speak or have your staff speak when it gets, through the process. But we're here to help, so thank you.
Always, Monica, is a good place to send your notices so that it goes out to all of the board members and it can go on our announcements. So that's helpful. Yeah. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you so much. Okay, welcome. So nice. Never met. We got a new tax administrator. Nice to meet you. Is everyone treating you nice? Nobody's taking your lunch money? Great. So I'm going to go. Look, and you speak fine. I still have homecoming ear, so that's why everybody got to speak up. I unapologetically have homecoming ear, and I'm slightly hoarse and unapologetic for that as well. So you answered my question about, I already know that outreach is going to be important to you. If for no other reason, I don't know why what I'm about to say is offensive to people, but it's because you're from Durham, right? And you don't want your neighbors to feel the way you don't want your neighbors to feel in any way untoward that you would want to feel, right? So you want to make sure they have everything. So I'm gonna go back to Dwayne a little bit. Back in April, because I know that we're talking about the appraisal and we're not talking about the tax rate. I just want to publicly say, if God still allows me to be here for 2 years from now, I'm going to be a staunch proponent of lowering this thing as low as I can neutrally go. And so Dwayne, on April 4th, I think 2023, you all were here for a work session. Then I followed up and said I wanted to see what it would look like if we kept our tax rate the same. And he sent it right to me. Thank you so much, Dwayne. I appreciate it. Kiara, I'm going to treat you the same way. So he sent it because we said this is what it, 0.57, and then we were at 0.7522, and then you sent a chart, and I requested it, but everybody got it. So, and I just put it up in my email, and just seeing how big of a jump it would be if we kept it the same. And I wanted us to see that sticker shock, because I wanted us to see if this is what sticker shock looks like to us in our emails, this is what it's going to look like to our neighbors in their mailboxes. So she was talking about the comps. I was going to ask, I actually, before this presentation, went online and played around on the website. So some of that is up there. I don't know how much of an issue. So I've seen all the sales. I pulled mine, no joke, 2 days ago, and said, okay, what all sold in my neighborhood? So I already know a sister about to get real big sticker shock, because I didn't buy nowhere near that. But that's the name of the game. And, I do my part. I wanted to go back to, you said there's no such thing as informal appraisals. But you had appeals. I can't read my own handwriting. That's me. Informal appeals. But you have it up there. So you said those would be kind of sort of the fixes, right?
Yes. We have a process in our office at this time in which we call DCRs, where we... when something is not correct, you contact us and tell us that it is not correct, and we fix it. And rather than you having to appeal your value, when you only want to have your number of bedrooms changed to 4.
That's okay.
So that's not really, that DCR is a data change request. You request that we correct some data that is involved with on your parcel, on your property record card. So that informal hearing is something of that nature, where we fix the things that are not value related, is just incorrect.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Okay. I wanted to know the name of it, because when you said it on the screen and you said that's not the name of it, there's people watching this. We need to know what the name of it is. Okay. So that's helpful.
That
it's DCR.
Yes. Only in that the state of North Carolina does not recognize an informal appeal session.
You driving down my next street. The other thing we used to kind of sort of get, and I know we still get these, any updates. So I'm going to do my last 2 questions because I know that we're on time. One, and I'll throw both of them out there. You all know that we're dealing with Medicaid expansion right now. I asked the manager and I asked our director, okay, what algorithm do we have that says how many of those 600,000 will be in Durham? The state had an algorithm said 22,000 people could potentially be on Medicaid, and this wonderful board, staff, and everybody else said we need to hire 35 more people. Boom, we had a hiring fair, we're still hiring those people. This board moved the money. I know that you're going to need some more people. So I don't know what algorithm you all have to do. I know that during tax season you take on contractors. But in my mind, I'm like, you got a reappraisal and a reevaluation. That's possibly, somebody help me if I'm wrong. To me, that seems more time consuming than a contract person. So in preparation, because I always want to think about what you all might need ahead of time, because there are things that we think about, but if the need is there that y'all need 3 more FTEs, 17 more contract people, over 2 years, like I don't know what the number is. I would love to know that, so that as I'm going into our public policy retreat, as we are going into budget, that I can be mindful, like, yes, these are things that I want, but these are things that we need. So if there's a number there, I'm sure y'all communicated that to the manager. I would be interested in knowing what that is. And then number 2, we get legislative reports from your department. Is there anything that you all see on the horizon? So that's question 2. We get monthly legislative reports from you all. Is there anything Because, it's the wild, wild west over at the General Assembly that you all see that might potentially affect your work. And how can we be cognizant of it and be advocates of it so that it doesn't derail what it's supposed to be, in your words, Mr. Baby, fair, equitable, historic, and hysterical.
Okay.
So those are questions, Brenda, and they haven't answered them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are there answers that they can provide for you in writing? Because we're going to need to move on.
No problem. We'll make sure we get.
Okay, so they can send you an email. That would be great.
As soon as possible.
Okay.
I'll allow it today. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question, Commissioner Carter?
Yes. May I?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your historic work and for perhaps doing some of the most important work for the county right now and trying to make sure everybody's paying fair taxes, their fair share. As we grow, you showed us great data on how much we've grown. We know that we need more services, and the only way to provide more services is to have more revenue, and the tax office is the one who helps us get the revenue. So thank you so much for that, and really appreciate your presentation. One thing we've seen in the past, and I can't remember what these ratios are called, but I'm always interested in them because it seems like they help us understand how much equalization actually needs to happen to be sure that the assessed value actually is matching the market ratio or market value. Is it an equalization ratio? I can't even really remember, but are those numbers something that you could share with us so that we can begin to get an idea in our own head of the magnitude of the change we're about to see? And maybe we could even use that to help the community understand the magnitude of the change that's coming.
Yes. Those are, I believe you're referring to the COD, COV.
Okay, that sounds right.
Yes, so those are ratios. So in general, real quick, because I know we're on time, the further you get away from the previous reappraisal, that number should get lower and lower. And we are low. We are low due to traditionally you should be low because we are
We're that far
approaching the
away
next
from
reappraisal, correct. And we're low due to a astronomical market. So
Right.
those two things make the number lower than what would be considered acceptable.
Right. Like if the number, let's say it was 50%, like, basically my tax, the taxes I'm paying now are really only about 50% of what the market rate value of my house might be.
That's the
Let's
perfect
just, for
way
example.
That's the perfect way to look at it.
Yeah. And so that would be important maybe in helping the community understand how this isn't tax. We're not revenue generating here because people do seem to think that's what's happening. We're actually trying to be sure people are paying their fair share in taxes and doing as much as we can to protect those on fixed incomes and lower income long-term homeowners. But there are plenty of people in Durham, lots of people in Durham who can afford to pay more taxes on their house, and their house is worth more and they need to pay more taxes on it.
So that $230,000 example was me.
Okay.
I went to the market. I went to the market for a $230,000 home. I haven't figured it out yet what to tell somebody that went to the market for a $230,000 home in 2025 that their home is now worth $460,000.
Right. Wow.
That's a conversation that I haven't figured out the cheat code for that particular conversation because that's just the facts. There is no way to alleviate or make that sound better than what it is. The real truth behind that is technically, back to the revenue neutral conversation, that $450,000 new tax value does not necessarily mean that my tax bill would increase exponentially.
Right.
But as Burns said, Commissioner Burns mentioned earlier, there is a difference between my $230,000 divided by 100 times 1.27, then there would be, 1.30 with the new current rate. There's a big difference if you don't change that rate and you use 450,000 divided by 100 multiplied times 1.30. So that's a drastic difference in regards to what the bill would look like. We already know the sticker shock in regards to the tax value. that change of value notice is going to save $450,000. That doesn't necessarily mean their bill will be astronomically more, but it does mean their tax value will be.
Thanks. Got a lot of work to do to help the community understand exactly.
And me, I need to understand.
And that does, and does as well. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation and educating all of us and our community, because this is a serious conversation. And I know that there's a lot more that you can share with us and that you will share with us. So thank you so much, and we look forward to your next time.
Thank you.
Thank
you. You're welcome. The next conversation is 230822, Durham County Department of Public Health response to opioid crisis. And Rod is here with this conversation. And who else is? Got Lindsay. Got quite a. And Jeff. Okay.
Good afternoon,
right.
Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I'm sorry, afternoon is morning. I'm still stuck in the other time.
Afternoon.
I apologize. Good morning. We thank you again
12?
for.
Oh, that clock is, okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this,
I was
I'm
looking
looking
like,
at this
okay, that
clock,
ain't
yeah. All right,
I apologize.
great. Thank you. All right.
It's a pleasure to be before you again. I know
Thank
we were
you.
with you a short while ago to kind of give you guys our ideas and our plan of action for responding to the opioid crisis. With me today, again, is our illustrious medical director for the county, Dr. Jeff Jinks, and Director of Health Education, Community Transformation, Mrs. Lindsay Biggers-Bach. And without further ado, we'll allow them to go ahead and get started. And we hope to answer your questions toward the end.
Very good. Good morning again, and thank you to folks who have heard this before and asked good questions. We're going to start with a similar overview of how we got to where we are, and we do have some updated information about data current as of October, and happy to answer questions. So we're going to focus mainly on our opportunities to act in response to the opioid crisis around prevention, access to treatment, harm reduction, and coordination across the county. So as a reminder, we really got to having an opioid overdose crisis for two fundamental reasons of science. One, opioids are a highly addictive substance. When people are introduced even to small or short-term use of opioids, there is a high risk of having a long-term addiction. So we see that even if people get a 10-day prescription of opioids, 1 in 5 people end up still using those medications or other illicit drugs a year later. We also have seen fentanyl have a tremendous effect in the community in terms of not just opioid use and misuse, but actually leading to overdose deaths. And I have just been shocked to see this graph go up and up and up. When I started at the county 4.5 years ago, this number here was that 4 people die in an opioid overdose every day, and now it's 11. So this number is shocking, and you'll see these graphs, which we won't spend a lot of time on, but really the scale of them is quite substantial. These medications and substances really change people's brains and the way that they make choices. And so we saw a lot of opioid use happening starting in 2000, and we started to see about 100 overdose deaths in North Carolina a year at that point. And we did okay in Durham. Not that any death from an overdose is good, but relative to other counties, we were faring okay. But you can see the inflection point where we saw fentanyl being introduced into the drug supply, and we jumped from about 100 overdose deaths to 1,200 overdose deaths at that point. That number has just skyrocketed from that point, where we've seen COVID make things worse, we've seen fentanyl be much broader across the drug supply. And so this gives you a sense of the overall number, and then this graph here shows you in this blue to gray to red how we compare to other counties in North Carolina. So like I was saying, when we saw lower levels of overdose in the early 2000s, we were kind of in the middle of the pack. But as we have seen the overdose level rise, we have ended up being at a much higher level relative to other counties in North Carolina. So part of that is why we're bringing to you the specific recommendation of really thinking about intervening on overdose deaths. The big thing I want you to know, even though the numbers are startling and really jarring, is that overdose death is preventable. We do know things that work. We do know that opioids change the brain chemistry, but we also have ways of treating those brain disease.
Lindsay, can I ask a question really fast? And Madam Chair, it's on these two slides. Yeah. Are the ones, the overdose death trends in Durham, 34 at the high point from heroin and or synthetic narcotics versus 86 from illicit drug overdoses. So one is from opioids, the other is from all illicit drugs?
Yeah, so we've provided two different things. The total number of overdose deaths, which includes all substances, not even just opioids, and then also looking specifically at how we compare to other counties on what percentage of them are from illicit drug overdoses.
So the 86 is the total, or is it a percentage?
It's actually 86 out of 100.
Okay.
Like, so we're
it's
the
a rate.
86th highest county, whereas, yes, the other one is looking at a 34 per 100,000 rate.
Okay.
So they are two different, they're similar looks, but two different things.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good clarification.
Okay, I missed that. Say that again.
So this slide is giving you a rate of how often we're seeing overdose deaths per population. This 86 number here is how we are comparing to other counties of the 100 counties in North Carolina. So those individual numbers you see up by the top are just totally different scales.
So we're 86 compared to other counties? Wow.
In illicit drug overdoses specifically.
86 highest, in other words, yeah.
Yeah.
And one number is looking at racial disparity, which is not reflected in these numbers, which is that is disproportionately affecting the Black community.
Right. We did not provide you all the data we could, but Commissioner Jacobs is very right that one of the very unfortunate distinguishing factors that Durham has seen compared to other counties is that we have had a equally high rate of overdose and misuse in both the white and Black population in Durham, and we really have seen that as kind of a canary in the coal mine sort of statistic that was true in Durham as the numbers started going up, and we expect that that will be increasingly true in other parts of the state, but it's already true in Durham.
Could I request, based on, because had Heidi not asked that question, I wouldn't have known that one was rate and one was percentile. So I know that this is going to be on our public website, on our agenda. Can somebody add a legend to this for the public? Because a lot of times the data we give them is what they use to apply for grants. It's what they use to apply for. And I would hate for them to say there were 86 deaths when this is a ranking. So just add a legend to this and a notation on the public website. Thank you.
Happy to do it. And yeah, trying to give some context. And we're going to, from this point, give you what we think we can do about it. So we're going to talk about, like I said, prevention, supporting access to treatment, providing harm reduction, and also increasing coordination. So there are several things we're already doing around prevention. We have an ACEs coordinator here at Durham County. We're really the only county in North Carolina doing that. So that a lot of that work around preventing adverse childhood experiences and increasing protective factors are things that are happening through that work. It's a place that we can focus on involvement of parents and school engagement as ways to reduce early use. We also are doing work within public health to provide educational campaigns around the dangers of opioids and also supporting medication recovery. All of this work is work that can help prevent initiation of opioid use, delaying early use, and stopping the progression from having use to problematic use to substance use disorder. Public health in Durham County is not really doing, it's not that we're not safely prescribing, but because we are not providing primary care, we are not involved in doing a lot of work around following safe prescribing practices. So that is on my list of things that are really important strategies, but the reason you don't have a gold box around it is acknowledging that 4 of these 5 are really the wheelhouse of public health, and one of them falls more in our medical system. I did throw some new flyers up here. We just had an event at Peace Missionary Baptist Church on October 28th. So I use that as our most recent example of a time where we have community members actually come in and provide extra medications so that we can safely dispose of those and not have extra opioids sitting literally in grandma's medicine cabinet for a granddaughter to come and pick up and experiment with. So those are the reasons we do medication recovery, because we know that having extra pills doesn't benefit the original person who has prescribed them, and also want to make sure that we're not getting those into the hands of anyone else. So we do this all the time. We have a permanent medication drop box at Public Health, but we also do different events. We're also doing lots of different community education events. So we highlighted a couple here for acute and primary care providers, just general information for them around substance use. A mini conference that we did for Durham clergy and health ministry leaders, thinking about the role of faith-based organizations around this work, and then also recovery-friendly workplace focus for employers, including Durham County. So we've been trying to think about the different ways that having community education just helps people understand about addiction, about community health and safety risks, about how to access available treatment.
Before you leave that one, faith-based mini conference, where was that held?
So we actually did that virtually. It has happened recently enough that it did not make sense at that point to be gathering the group in person.
Okay.
So the next thing that we think is really important if we are going to treat a treatable brain disease is to increase the access to treatment. We know that there are effective treatments out there, but that a very low number of individuals with substance use disorder actually access this treatment. We see the statistics being about 1 in 4 individuals who would qualify as having substance use disorder actually receiving specialized treatment for opioid use. And that comes from a lot of different things. Certainly stigma is a major piece, but ability to access and afford care is a piece, and thinking about where people can access what's really the gold standard of treatment for opioid disorder, which is medication-assisted treatment. Having more of that in more places, including primary care, is something that we want to increase access to. So one of the biggest things that Durham County has been able to do directly so far in this space is actually provide support to the Community Linkages to Care peer support program, which actually puts peer support specialists, individuals who have lived experience with either mental health issues and or substance use disorder, in contact with individuals pursuing treatment. It helps them develop a network of support and also prepare a plan for recovery that really makes sense for them, starts where they are, and helps them link up to resources. The peer support specialists are also a part of our post-overdose response teams, which often get called our PORT, and that is a place where we team up with the EMS community paramedics and actually go out into the community and visit people within 72 hours of an overdose and see if that might be a point where they are more ready to access treatment than they otherwise would have been, and to make sure that they know about the resources that are available for treatment and peer support. So we had state funding for this CLC peer support program from December 2019 until August of this year. And then we have been able to use some of the opioid funding to actually support an expansion of the program in this current fiscal year, so that we're in the process of expanding from 1 peer support specialist, which we had under the state funding, to 3 peer support specialists with the county funds.
And another, just if we're going to make any revisions, I think it's important that this is noted as county opioid funding. This is not coming from the general fund.
So what we really want to focus on, in addition to all the great things that are already happening so far, is to talk to you a little bit more today about harm reduction and how 2 specific strategies, increasing access to naloxone, which is the opioid overdose reversal drug, and offering safer syringe programs are places that we want to be doing more. And we really want to think about these as strategies that help us stop altogether or reduce the harmful impacts of substance misuse. We want to think about how it helps individuals wherever they are in their use journey, improve their health, improve their social function, and really manage relapse risk, which is unfortunately very common in a chronic brain disease. So one of the big things we've been focusing on so far is increasing access to naloxone. We currently have that available if you just walk up to the window in the pharmacy at Durham County's Public Health Department. And we also, just this fall, launched the first of our naloxone vending machines. So both of those are opportunities for people to get a free naloxone kit and take it kind of wherever they might find it useful, whether that's having it with them as they are using substances, or having it for a family member, or knowing that they are frequently in a place where other people are using. We know that most overdose deaths actually occur at home, so having naloxone easily accessible is something that's really important to address that overdose risk. We also know that use of naloxone does not increase the frequency of opioid use. So this is something that we really want to have available as a harm reduction strategy. So you can see here how we've given out kits at the pharmacy in public health. We saw a little dip in 22, just I think based on the way the world was shifting around us, but between 21 and 22, we saw about a doubling of the number of naloxone kits that we distributed through our pharmacy, which is part of the reason that we then started thinking about how else we could increase access to naloxone and thinking about the vending machines.
Is there a charge to get it out of the machine?
There is no charge.
There's no charge. So how do they get it out of the machine? They have to have a code or something?
Basically, there's actually an organization that has worked to create a whole vending machine where there is no cost. There's just, do you want slot 2? Do you want slot?
B2?
Yep.
You just push a button.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
When I try that on the machine to get my crackers, it doesn't happen.
It does not work as well for your soda or your afternoon snack, but.
Okay.
It's not their fault.
No, it won't give me no crackers, okay, unless I put money in.
We got a different vending machine than that, yeah. The other thing that we're providing, again, totally free of charge, is actually participation in a safer syringe program where people might get some or all of these different supplies to help them engage in safer injection drug use. And so we provide things like a sharps container, sterile syringes, but also things like alcohol pads and sterile water, safer sex supplies like condoms, and newly, we've for a while had fentanyl test strips and have recently started offering also xylazine test strips as a part of those offerings. We also provide educational materials for people and a card that keeps us in compliance with the North Carolina legislation. So again, you've seen these numbers really increase over time, and in the 2023 fiscal year saw 770 kits provided. So we did want to offer a little bit of really time-sensitive updates on what we're seeing. We launched the vending machine in the Durham County Detention Center on September 12th. We've distributed 91 Narcan kits between then and October 30th. If you think about it, we had distributed 975 in the previous 12 months. So we're outpacing that monthly rate, and that's in addition to continuing to see distribution of those kits at the pharmacy as well. We've also been asking some questions that we weren't being as specific before when we're giving out our safer syringe kits. And so we're asking people now when they come in for safer syringe kits, have you used naloxone in the previous month? And we found that actually 5 people in October who received supplies from us said, yes, in the previous month, I have used naloxone in the case of an overdose. That might be that somebody used it on them, or it might be that they used it with somebody else. But we know that the naloxone that we're actually distributing in the pharmacy, in the detention center, is getting used actively right now. We also know that xylazine test strips are getting used. So we started distributing those September 1st. And so far we've had 72 individuals who have said, yeah, we want xylazine test strips. We give people options about which of the supplies are useful to them. And we know that xylazine test strips are not the cheapest thing. And so we've been asking, and lots of people are taking us up on it. Yeah,
can I add something about that? Because I had this question with these fentanyl and xylazine test strips, like how are they being used? And it doesn't appear that like a person purchasing one of these substances is able to test the substance and then choose whether or not to buy it. But what does happen is they will test the substance and either A, know if there's fentanyl or xylazine in there, but B, they can also give feedback to the person that sold them that drug, say, hey, did you know that what you sold me has, 1 or 2 of these substances in it? And it not only is feedback to the person selling the drug, but, there's enough availability of people to buy these substances from in Durham that they can actually go to someone else. And so there is some feedback along that supply chain. And so it was learning a little bit more about that was instructive to me as to like how these test strips are being used.
We also wanted to highlight that along with all of this harm reduction supplies that we're providing, we are providing education and linkages to resources. So we have updated this Durham County guide 3 different times already over the past couple of years and distributed 5,500 copies in both English and Spanish and created a really culturally specific Spanish version. It's not just a translation of this English resource guide, but thinking specifically about bilingual and bicultural individuals who are providing substance use care. So we've shared this not just with individuals who are coming to the pharmacy or making it available at our vending machines, but also thinking about how people are connecting to hospitals, emergency departments, our EMS, our detention center, our faith-based organizations, and other community organizations. So really, at this point in time, we think that the biggest things that Durham County Public Health can apply and use is having an additional person who's focused on harm reduction. We do have harm reduction work happening through our pharmacy with people who are filling pharmacy prescriptions for a wide variety of requests. They're doing that on top of things. We do have people who are doing harm reduction within our community testing program when they're doing testing for HIV and STIs. We do have individuals who are working in the clinic and providing harm reduction education as a part of all the other things that they're doing, but we really don't have anybody who's focused exclusively on thinking about how we can increase the harm reduction work that we're doing in Durham County right now.
Did we used to? I was thinking we had someone present to us that was like in charge of harm reduction for the health department. No?
So we have several years ago had some funds that were specifically focused on hepatitis prevention that we did use largely to do harm reduction work. That was before we saw such a spike in the fentanyl overdoses. So yes, we have had roles in this way in the past that have been grant funded. And like I said, we do have folks as a part of our communicable disease work. So Dennis Hamlet has come here before.
That's who I'm thinking.
Yeah, so he certainly has that within his wheelhouse, but all
Right.
of the funding is actually coming from a focus on HIV, sexually
see.
transmitted infections, and hepatitis reduction,
Gotcha.
not a focus on overdose prevention.
Very important distinction, thanks.
Yeah. We continue to think about how we have funds for naloxone. Remarkably, we see funding application after application that asks us to impact overdose deaths, and very top of the list of things funds cannot be used for is naloxone. This is related to federal dictates about what we're agreeing to spend money on, and just over and over have opportunities for funding which do not allow us to purchase naloxone. So we have a vending machine that we're ready to launch as soon as we feel like we have a sufficient supply of naloxone to actually keep it stocked. And we don't want to launch it and have a media event and then have it be out of naloxone 2 months later. So it's kind of sitting there waiting to be filled, and we know that there is the need for more naloxone in the community. Similarly, we also know that funds to continue supporting the growth of the Safer Syringe program are important, because right after it says that you can't spend money on naloxone, it says that you can't spend money on safer syringe or sterile syringes. Those are just two things that funding announcement after funding announcement says that is not a place that you can spend funds on. So as we think about the fact that we do have funds that have some flexibility with the opioid settlement, we encourage you all to think about whether these are places that we might actually be able to purchase supplies which we know can have an impact in Durham. Finally, we encourage and are eager to be a part of a comprehensive evaluation effort to think about how these supplies, how education are reaching different parts of the Durham community. As we mentioned earlier, we know that there's racial dynamics that are going on in Durham, which are currently unique to Durham, but I do not expect are actually unique to Durham. I think they are just foreboding signs of what is happening across North Carolina. And so really having an understanding of stigma, of access, and other things about what is influencing where people are willing to get support and access to treatment, I think is really important. So we have provided a proposed harm reduction spending budget with a public health education specialist in that harm reduction role, and then really thinking about programmatic supplies that would support a person in that role, but then a significant purchase of just supplies, Narcan, sterile syringes. And then based on the last conversation that we had here at the board, we did actually add an individual vending machine into this budget with the thought that there does seem to be good support for the idea that at least one Durham County library could be a pilot site for having a vending machine for naloxone. And so that is the cost of just purchasing the machine itself, which, like we said, has no cost associated with it, but just sets it up for people to be able to access naloxone. And then we do recommend a little bit of contract staffing budget to have an individual who has lived experience to actually go out in the community and say, hey, this is available this way. You could go to the library, you can go to the detention center, you can go to public health, and making that as a support to the staff role of a harm reduction specialist. Beyond that, we are just highlighting that there is this kind of new opportunity for public health to continue to help the county overall think about how the opioid settlement funds are used. So we do have an opioid response committee within public health. Dr. Jenks is one of the co-chairs of it, and then Dennis Hamlet, who we mentioned earlier, is the other co-chair, and we would like to be able to provide this budget for that group to be coordinating, and then for that group to be part of another group that is really subject matter experts across the county. So really thinking about the fact that people in the Justice Resource Center, people at EMS, people at the library, are all sorts of folks who are experts in how we think about community engagement around the opioid settlement use. And coming back to the evaluation piece, we do think that there's an opportunity for there to be a Durham County data dashboard. We know we've got great resources within public health and our population health team to be able to think through that, but we also figured that there is an opportunity to link these things like what's happening in the detention center with MAT, what's happening in the other parts of the community and the county to really highlight this work and pair along with that data that you saw earlier, which is coming from the state's Center for Health Statistics, to say this is what Durham is doing with this money. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. I certainly invite your comments as you all have them, and welcome any questions from the group here.
Thank you, Lindsay and Rob. And remind me your name again.
Jeff James.
Jeff, thank you. Thank you all for this presentation. This is so important to our community. It's important to this board, and that it's about saving lives. So we thank you for the work that you're doing. So commissioners, questions, comments? I'm going to start on this end. Commissioner Alum.
Thank you all so much for all of this work. I know it's really difficult and emotional work, so just really appreciate that and the way that you've presented it to us. I know Durham County is just in general appreciative. I had a question around the demographics. I know you mentioned like some of the racial demographics. Do we know how like overdoses are impacting youth and what programming or services that public health has looked into to target like youth who are being impacted by these overdoses?
Yeah, I'm happy to start with the fact that the data does show that in general we are seeing overdoses most frequently in individuals who are over 18 years of age. We are most concerned about youth having early initiation of substance use, which then later, as they get older, becomes more problematic. So we are definitely doing work in the community around education. The medication take back is certainly a major part of that strategy. But a lot of that has really been in partnership with Together for Resilient Youth. Durham Tri has been a major leader with the Durham Joins Together to Save Lives Task Force and really has rooted their work in a focus on youth. So that is where a huge amount of that prevention focus work has happened, and less so in public health just because we have such a strong community partner in that space. But certainly we do have efforts that are happening through our school health nurses, thinking about how that is happening. And there has been some important conversation, which I cannot claim has gotten all the way to a success, but some conversation about having naloxone available in all of our schools. We do think that is something that is valuable in the same way that we have EpiPens in schools, but thinking about the logistics of who has it and who would be prepared to administer it is something that has been good conversation, but not yet all the way to adoption, but actively happening right now.
I'll just also add that along the lines of the conversation about naloxone in schools, the Association of Local Health Directors were just polled as to what counties are providing naloxone in schools, and you would be amazed. Out of 100, I think way more than 60 are doing it. So that's something that's definitely on our radar. And further to your question, your inquiry, Durham Tri has been a valuable partner, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that what does our heart well is the fact that they use a public health model in what they do. So it's always evidence-based and it's like rooted in science. So they continue to be a very, very valuable partner to us.
Thank you.
And I will say, we haven't had a super, I think, coordinated effort as far as like working with some of the local universities, but we have supplied them with naloxone, a number of Greek organizations at some of the universities. And I think it's important because one of the, I think, misconceptions may be that, everyone that overdoses is someone that's using a substance daily, and that's just not the case. I mean, oftentimes, someone that overdoses is someone that rarely uses them, or maybe this is the first time they've used a substance, that happens to be adulterated with fentanyl. So it's not just, these people that use daily or most days. And so, yeah, I mean, that'd be certainly something we'd love to do more in the future is work more with schools, including higher education.
Thank you. And I had one more follow-up question. Also, if there's partnerships and conversations with like the Durham Urban Ministries and like the Rescue Mission, if like these type of vending machines, can we try to establish vending machines in like these type of facilities and spaces?
Nothing's off the table, Commissioner Lum. Wherever the need are, I think that's why we're really gearing toward the more evaluative phase, knowing, using heat maps, using data to determine where those hot spots are. We have our ideas of where they are, but data, should drive our decisions on where we put them. But, I just want to say nothing's off the table. We certainly want to make sure that we put it where it's going to be used and most impactful.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I will say EMS collects quite a bit of this data, and we've, as Lindsay mentioned, just started collecting some data from the public health side. I think what would be great is to be able to bridge that data. I think it'll help us work better with EMS and our other partners. And yeah, certainly having almost like a real-time idea of where these overdoses are happening and getting feedback from clients too, who are picking up SSP or naloxone, and that'll help us kind of target our interventions.
And I'll just emphasize one more time, the machine itself is the easy part. The naloxone being stocked into it is the thing that we need to make sure that we have an adequate supply of. I think we have partners who are ready in a wide variety of places, who are already doing some of this work with us with the CLC program to say, we're here in partnership, but we need to make sure that if we're providing this as a new resource that we're able to sustain it.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thanks so much for this presentation. I mean, my first comment would just be that based on the need that you've done such a great job of presenting and the evidence of the harm reduction strategies that we currently have underway and the fact that they seem to be effective to date, makes your request seem really reasonable, your funding request seem really reasonable, and especially just given the magnitude of the situation and the life-saving nature, basically, of what your requests are and the potential there. This really seems incredibly reasonable. And the whole thing about naloxone not being able to get enough, an adequate supply of it. I mean, I heard a presentation at the Alliance Health Board, also the same topic came up. Is there a cheaper version? It's more difficult to use. Is that what the issue is? What do you think the future holds with that, if anything?
There is an injection version that's cheaper than the nasal spray.
Okay.
It requires some training, and I think there may be some people more reluctant to use that than the nasal spray, but there is a cheaper version.
Yeah. I just wonder if any, are there any studies across the nation who have tried that and had success with that as a way of just an additional avenue, I guess?
Yeah, we've certainly had conversation within public health about where are the right venues for each. So people who inject drugs are pretty comfortable with the fact that you could use an injection naloxone.
Right.
So there certainly is distribution happening that way through North Carolina Harm Reduction, and there are other venues where I think if we had a harm reduction coordinator, it might make a lot of sense to have that something that's available for outreach, for something that is available through our pharmacy, but it might not make a lot of sense for it to be in a library vending machine. We know it's not possible for the detention center to have an injectable naloxone kit as something that's in their facility. So I think it's both is what we need, but I think that there absolutely are opportunities to pursue additional harm reduction with injectable naloxone if we have the ability to be reaching directly to communities that are in need of it.
Well, I definitely believe in the need for a coordinator here. I think this board believes in harm reduction efforts. At least you don't have to convince us of that, right? which isn't, I'm sure, the case everywhere. And so,
Appreciate that greatly.
yeah, you've got to have someone driving all this work. You've laid it out beautifully. So, yeah, thanks. I like it when we get very specific requests, I think. I also think that the idea of, working through our schools is really it makes sense. And we have all this new funding for the school health teams, right? And so maybe there's additional opportunity there to work with our schools and figure out how to put a harm reduction person on that team.
We will collaborate when we can, but just know, of course, you all know sometimes those funds of money are very specific. But wherever we can kind of toe the line and kind of, just get the state to conform to our wishes, we always try our best.
Okay. Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, thank you so much for this presentation. And this is basically you all coming back to us. We asked you to come back with a specific request to implement a harm reduction program. And this is what you're doing. And I just want to state, I would like to see this funding on our agenda as soon as possible. I mean, literally every day that we do not move forward with this, we are risking lives in this community. And, I've spoken about this many times. I feel a huge sense of urgency about this. We cannot stop fentanyl from entering our drug supply. It is not possible. I'm on the National Justice and Public Safety Committee. We heard from the Biden administration, the head of the whole, drug czar, opioid response, and he said one of the most important things we can do is harm reduction, because right now we have fentanyl. It's not just coming through the border; it's coming through our mail system. It's coming through the mail from China, from Mexico. We know it's in our drug supply, and so the most important thing we can really do is arming people with Narcan and educating people, and xylazine strips and fentanyl strips. We have to do it, and so I just hope that you can bring this back as soon as possible. We have the money. I was looking back at the opioid funding. We have, I guess, a total of $3.2 million between 2022 and 2023. And right now, the only thing we've spent is the $400,000 for community linkages to care, which is an evidence-based program that you all are running, and the medical MAT director for the jail. So I think it would be good for us to get an updated budget as well to see how much money we currently have unallocated. So yes, I hope we'll see this as soon as possible.
Madam Chair, we appreciate your support. We know that you've played a critical role in the past in leading our efforts, and we certainly appreciate that. I've received my marching orders from Assistant County Manager Pierce in her absence, and Manager Sowell, you could expect that revised budget immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just want to go back to the report that we got from Durham back in May of 2023 so that we don't lose sight of the context here. And the time-sensitive actions that were the result of that report were to hire a behavioral health manager, somebody to also help run the opioid program, which I know we've already put out an RFP for. And then the second thing was harm reduction. And then the third was community linkages to care. So we're following up on that by doing this. The one thing I do want to say that is not in this request that I do want to hear more about is a street supply testing program, which that is one of the things that we heard, is that we helping the Harm Reduction Coalition to really facilitate people, in the street testing their drug supply. That is much, that goes beyond the strips. And so do you have any feedback on when you think we could learn more about being able to move forward with that?
Yeah, I think we've had good conversation with North Carolina Harm Reduction about what are the possibilities, and I think there are a couple. I think one is that if
the board were interested in purchasing an FTIR machine and just gifting it to them, that they would be glad to receive it. So that is one possibility. In the absence of doing that and trying to keep it within Durham County, then I think we have to do a little bit more thinking about either are people bringing stuff to our pharmacy, which we are uncertain is the number one appropriate avenue, but is a place where we have existing infrastructure to be able to deal with that? Or would it make sense to have a harm reduction coordinator who could work in partnership to be able to have the testing? So I think there are these three avenues, and if we move forward with a harm reduction coordinator, then I think one of those two where we actually are taking it out into the field is a much better option than one where we're housing it inside our pharmacy, and I think are definitely things that we could pursue.
And just to add to that, so we will be having a medical van, a custom-made medical van, within the coming months. And that was one thing we had talked about is some of these analyzers are desktop, and so we could even put it in the medical van and use that when we're out in the field.
Okay, so please come back to us when you're ready with a recommendation on that.
So we certainly have heard that from Gudrun and also thought about it internally, but want to make sure that we're poised to be able to actually.
Yeah, because again, we have the money for it. And I just also want to go back to the report, which talked about, because you kind of referenced this as well, that there should be some type of a project team of different stakeholders. The dashboard is required by the opioid settlement. And also, us having eventually some type of behavioral health plan. So I don't know, Madam Manager, if you could just give us a quick update on that.
I can say it's all in the works. And the agenda item to approve this should be on our next agenda meeting. ACM Brinson and I have talked about it.
Good.
So we're listening. Even if we don't speak, we hear you, and we're moving in the direction that you're giving us.
Yeah. And, just to say that there is some distribution of Narcan happening in Durham public schools right now. Durham Joints Together has been, Durham Tri has been working with Durham public schools, and whether that needs to be expanded, I don't know. We also have now all law enforcement have Narcan. That is also a big achievement. And of course, being able to do the start treatment in the field, thanks to the funding that our community paramedics have gotten. So I'm very proud of what Durham County is doing. We have been leading the way. We will continue leading the way. And I was going to share this in my commissioner comments. I've been appointed to the president, the new president of NCACC, Johnny Carswell, has appointed me to his task force called One More Thing, which is, again, related to all of this work. Because frankly, I think because the work that we've been doing here in Durham County. So I'm excited to be bringing to the state, at the state level, the best practices that we have been, frankly, creating here in Durham.
I say it all the time, but it's very comforting and rewarding to hear you say Durham leads the way.
Durham leads the way. Congratulations, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Jacobs. Were you finished? Well, thank you so much, and thank you all. I guess, Wendy, and I think we go back to when all of this started with an association, NCACC. We had one of our presidents and others in that organization were losing their children. It was a very difficult time for all of us that were on the boards because the kids were dying from overdoses. And I reflect on that because one of the things that you talked about a few minutes ago was data. And as we reflect back then, they were all children of white community. There were no people of color that in that organization at that time, there were no parents of color losing their children. So the data is important because what was happening then and what's happening now, I think is different. So we need to know what's happening. We need to know how many suicides that are happening in our schools. I don't know if you know that now, but I think it's something that we need to know. Suicide is rampant right now. We need to know if it's having anything to do with the drugs. So if we can, get that kind of information would be useful. The other thought that I had during the conversation was, is there a difference in the number of individuals that are ending up at Duke, say earlier than what's happening now? What's the numbers that we're ending up with? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I feel like you know the numbers.
Certainly something that we would love to be able to research and get back with you on.
Yeah.
Just to make sure I'm clear, you're just talking about from previous years when it was a little bit less compared to now as far as the number of overdoses that are going to Duke.
Yeah. Are there more, or is it leveling out? Where are we in those numbers?
I can almost assure you that it's more, and that's just with our work with community paramedics, Helen Tripp's team and everything. They provide us with a wealth of information, but I know that this board deserves specifics, so we're happy to get that for you.
Yeah, the data is always good to know. And the other question, and I think it's been addressed, and I also had asked for around our opioid dollars, how much do we have? I think we know what we have, but how is it being spent? I'd like to know that as well. And the other thing was, there's another amount of funds from Kroger's. Manager, have you gotten that document? I just got a statement. There's another litigation.
Yeah, we'll follow up with the attorney's office on that. So we'll get together and get you a response.
I can give you this one. I just got in the mail on Friday. So there's bunches of money coming in. So we don't have a lack of money to be able to do all these things that we need to do. So your request, absolutely honor it. Because it's about saving lives. So thank you.
One more quick question, if I may. Just wondering about access to treatment, medication for treatment. Would you please think about this and let us know what your thoughts are? What is the biggest limiting factor to connecting more people to treatment, helping them stay in treatment? Because that, in addition to harm reduction, that seems really key. So, not to be answered now necessarily, but I bet you already have an idea. I bet you already have an answer. But anyway, I know we're trying to move along. But I think that's really, really important. I'd like to figure out how we can help there too.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. All right. We look forward to the request. All right, Commissioners, the next item is Juvenile Crime Prevention Council presentation. Our lunch is here. If you want to have lunch now, or do you want to go through another presentation? What's the sense of what's the board's? You can't eat a potato sitting up here, so you either take about 20-30 minutes and have your lunch and then come back, or what do you want to do?
Since they're already here, let's go through with the presentation.
I mean, what's the majority of the board? You want to go ahead and do the presentation? Okay, fine. All right, you've got 30 minutes to do this presentation, and then we'll go to lunch then, if that's what you want to do. Okay.
Good afternoon. Again, Dwayne Brinson, Assistant County Manager. I will introduce this presentation. This was a request from the board from some months ago to have the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, JCPC, come and do an overview presentation for the board. We have 30 minutes allotted for it. We have staff from Justice Services here as well as JCPC. So we can start down the line and introduce yourself, and then we'll get into the presentation.
Hello, I am Kevin McIver. I am currently the 2324 chairperson.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Abigail Holloway. I am currently the vice chair. I'm also the defense attorney rep for the juveniles currently.
Wonderful.
Okay. All right. Good morning or good afternoon, right? I'm Eddie Cruz. I'm the area consultant for the North Carolina Department of Public Safety.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Strange. I'm the Clinical Services Manager with Justice Services Department. And I think, if you want to go to the next slide, we can start. So, just as the quick reminder, the Division of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention partners with juvenile crime prevention councils in each county in order to galvanize community leaders locally and statewide to produce and prevent juvenile crime. The Juvenile Crime Prevention Council meets, yes. Okay, thank you. JCPC meets on the fourth Wednesday of every month at 4 o'clock and is compiled of both designated and citizen appointments and approved by the Board of County Commissioners. JCPC is responsible for monitoring, funding, and community awareness, and the coordinator is responsible for monthly disbursements to funded programs. Durham County JCPC is awarded $701,101 by the NC Department of Public Safety. These funds are allocated through a monthly disbursement broken up in even installments. These funds flow through the Justice Services Department. That's part of our involvement here. North Carolina Department of Public Safety requires a 30% match from funded programs. That's based on its change per county based on population and budget, and for Durham it's 30%. Durham County provides a 15% match of that required amount, and so that takes care of half of that required match. The match can be either in funding or it can be in-kind contributions. JCPC coordinator is responsible for monthly disbursements to funded programs, and funded programs are monitored twice per year. All unspent funds are returned to the state at the end of each fiscal year, and that's the boring stuff. And so now I'll turn it over to
Yes, and thank you for giving us this opportunity, by the way, to kind of give you an overview of the important work in the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. I'm kind of presenting in the place of Tamala McDowell, who is our Chief Court Counselor. But she provides the JCPC with a monthly court report. This data is reviewed and discussed by the JCPC, an area consultant, and programs are also required to submit monthly reports on the numbers they're serving and any developments within their services. Next slide, please. So this is an example. This is our fiscal year 24 report, and you can see the months that we've had reported on so far. And in the first column, you can see the number of youth that are actively on juvenile supervision. And another word for that would be probation, right? So they're actively being supervised by our court services division. The second column is the juveniles received. So these are distinct juveniles that have come through the juvenile intake process by way of a criminal complaint. And therefore, you're going to see in that fourth column, third column, rather, complaints received. And that number is going to be higher, right? Because oftentimes one juvenile may commit several criminal complaints. We see this a lot with break-in and entering of cars. They could even have, 20, 30 complaints per juvenile. So that's why that number is going to be significantly higher. And then as we move towards the right here, you're going to see complaints approved. And so the way our system is set up is that we want to divert all of the low-level complaints away from the juvenile court as much as we can and do what we call a diversion plan or contract with the youth and family because we feel like we don't want to take up the juvenile court's time on those matters that are less serious. And I think as you'll see the data as we go forward, one of the positive things, if I may speak, now there's some concerning things on the data report, is that Durham has been a statewide leader in lowering school-based complaints. And typically that's where we get a lot of our misdemeanor complaints and low-level charges. And you won't see that a lot in Durham, and that's because there's not a lot of criminal charges occurring in Durham County schools. And that's a good thing because we don't want to criminalize behavior in school that doesn't really warrant that. That can be addressed other ways. So as I said, we're at the complaints approved part, complaints diverted. We didn't see any here. Again, juvenile court is pretty much getting very significant and serious charges, and you can see that as we move forward. But then we go to detention admissions. Again, these are kids for public safety sake need to be put in a secure facility. Of course, you guys have your own detention center. Angela provides great insight as she is an active participant of our JCPC. And we continue to move to the right here in our Youth Development Center. So this is our most restrictive resource within the juvenile justice system. This is where once a kid has been adjudicated and dispositioned, if they have a certain number of points or at a certain level, they could be placed in a secure facility known as a youth development center. We don't call them prisons. We call them youth development centers because they receive education, treatment services, reentry services, and we're hopeful that they will come back out better than when they came in. And again, this is the types of complaints, if you're looking now into that kind of second part of the graph. And this is where there's some concern in the sense that there's a lot of A through E. These are our most violent felonies. These are our homicides, our serious sex offense, the most serious types of crimes. Now, keep in mind with Raise the Age that even if a kid, a 16, 17-year-old, is charged with a homicide, they are still under the juvenile jurisdiction. So most likely those kids will be eventually transferred to adult court at some point in the process, but they're going to come in and be reflected in the numbers here because they're going to be initially, their first system they're touching is the juvenile justice system with Raise the Age. Then we see our serious offenses, which are kind of our felonious breaking and entering, could involve some robbery offenses. We can give you kind of just a breakout of the types of crimes that fall into these categories. And then we see, finally, our minor offenses, our misdemeanor class offenses, our simple assaults, simple possession, disorderly conduct, those types of things. Continuing to move on the chart here, we see breakouts, our demographics. Again, it's probably not a surprise to you, the disproportionate contact. I know Drew Cummings has done a lot of work in the past before he moved on to try to address that as much as we can with our Black and Hispanic males, but they predominantly make up most of the juvenile complaints here. So we're actively aware of the disproportionate contact and trying to develop strategies to address that. We have seen a slight uptick in female involvement, and you can see that as well. And then, again, I like to try to work in a little bit of good news. One of the things we've established within the department is what we call a vulnerable juvenile now. We try not to, a youth cannot be charged unless it's a really, really serious felony under 10. So we keep them in what we call a vulnerable status. So you don't see any youth under 10 typically in the system unless they've been transferred up for a very serious offense. And then you can see the majority of our kids are 15 to 17 in that range, 13 to 17. And I apologize, but it's straining my eyes to see the numbers there. So hope you guys can see it. All right. Thank you.
Close.
All right. So next slide. And so that's just a sample of the report. And I know Kelly says I like to preach, and I know we're at lunchtime, so I'm going to keep moving quickly here. But the annual process with JCPC involves something called a review of a risk needs in the county. And so that's part of my involvement in all the kids that come through that juvenile intake process that we just spoke about receive what we call a YAZI assessment. They either receive the short screen version or the full assessment, which sometimes can take 3 and 4 hours. It's about 130 questions in several different domains, school, family, etc. I get that data and share that with the JCPC. So I'll have the data for last fiscal year for all those kids that came through juvenile court. And then the JCPC is a full body, and maybe the risk needs subcommittee will look at it and determine, are there any gaps in services that exist in Durham? What are we not funding that we need? How can we improve upon what we offer with the availability, with the funds that we have? Obviously, JCPC cannot solve it all, and one of the things that's been refreshing is to look at this holistically today, right? All these other agencies come into the table. So JCPC just, again, is a part of this process, but can't do it all. Durham is currently on so that risk needs will feed into a request for proposal. Usually in the spring, an RFP will be developed to advertise for the services that are needed and identified. But Durham is currently on a 2-year funding cycle. So the RFP, we do have one new program. So that portion, there's a clause there where if it's a new program, their portion has to go back out for bid. And we really haven't fully determined how much of the funds are going to go back. But typically, if we were at the end of our 2-year cycle, the whole 701,101 would go back out to bid for the public. And so we would solicit bids. It's put on the county website. Applications are received. And ultimately, the JCPC, makes funding recommendations to you guys. And I hope I didn't get too far ahead, but next slide. Yes, so I've spoke to these bullet points, I think, a little bit. But yes, this is a county board. It functions as a county board, and whatever funding recommendations after we've gone through that review process and recommendations is shared with you guys to get the final sign-off on the programs that they would like to fund. All right. I think I let Mr. Kevin have this.
All right, I'm going to try to move through this fairly quickly. I'm going to give you an overview of each of our boards that we currently fund and at what rate we fund them at. So our first program is the Durham Proud program. It works with interpersonal skill building, and they work with youth ages 13 to 17 and focuses on increasing the awareness and sensitivity of the youth-specified life learning skills. Most of these teens in this group are delinquents or involved in gangs, needing pro-social skills and exhibiting serious behavior programs, and problems in school, and functioning below their grade level. And we fund this program at $153,000. Our next program is the Durham Teen Court and Restitution Program, which is our restitution and community services program. Teen Court is an alternative court for youth who commit first-time misdemeanor offenses. Youth admitted to the court are defended, prosecuted, and judged by their peers and held accountable for their actions. The restitution program allows adjudicated or diverted youth to perform community service to earn up to $200 to repay victims of their crimes. And we fund them at $130,000. Our next one is Project Build, which is also a interpersonal skill building program. Project Build is a multidisciplinary gang prevention program, and that provides coordinated case management services, wraparound intervention to youth and young adults ages 14 to 21 who are high risk for gang involvement. They have street outreach workers. They work one-on-one with the youth, and the service delivery is guided by a multidisciplinary team that conducts individualized case planning and ensures coordination, and we fund them at $130,000. Our next program is our new program that we brought on this year by the name of Grace. It's a change makers in a healing centered mentoring intervention program, which volunteers from the community are matched with at-risk youth ages 13 to 17. This program provides at-risk youth with positive and constant adult or older peer contact to promote healthy development of functioning by reducing risk factors, and we fund them at $51,000. Our next one is Parenting of Adolescents, which is a home-based counseling. This program provides 12 to 36 weeks of home-based family counseling for at-risk youth, and they're also court involved from ages 6 to 17. Their families utilize multidisciplinary family therapy. The program works on developing a healthy parent-child-family relationship and improving family management skills. And we fund them at $155,000. Our next program is EPIC. Through our strength-based resiliency model, we provide a holistic approach to direct care services, trauma-informed care practices, and holistic practices as well. And their goal is to increase mental, physical, and emotional stabilization. And we fund that group at $25,000. Next, we have our Durham Youth Bill, which is the Durham Juvenile Literacy Center, which provides individual and small group tutoring for court-involved youth to address basic literacy deficiencies that they may have, and we fund them at $20,000. Our next one is our administration fees that we have that come out, which is just our administrative funds, which is about $12,101. And our last program is the Youth Mediation Program, which is also known as LW Spalding. That's peacemaking circles. It's community-based diversion program providing an alternative response to misdemeanor offenders. It also is a restorative justice practice based on accountability of the offender to the victim in the community. And we fund them at $25,000. And that is it for all of the programs that we currently fund at this time. And that's just a breakdown of the overview. And once again, I am the current chair, Kevin McIver, and I have my vice chair here, Ms. Abigail Holloway. We also have a secretary, which is Labril Stevens. A treasurer is Ahmed Ali. Our parliamentarian is Angela Nunn, and our area consultant, Mr. Eddie Cruz, and our JCPC coordinator, Ms. Kelly Waggy. And if you guys have any questions for us.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and welcome, Kevin. I don't think you've presented to us before, have you? No. You or Ms. Holloway? Well, we don't bite, we promise. So thank you for being here. It's been a while since I've seen you. I was on that board for how many years? Probably about 12 years. Yeah, I enjoyed that. So it was always a challenge to ensure that we were funding the right organizations, and I see we're still funding the same organizations, and you've picked up some new ones, so I think that's pretty great. Yeah, but thank you for this presentation. And commissioners, are there questions? Start with Commissioner Burns.
How y'all doing? I was going to save all my comments for the lunch break, but I did want to give you all your flowers. So thank you for all your hard work and diligence, Kevin especially, because you poked me a little bit, and I appreciated it. We've got some people off of that board and got some good people on that board. And this board gave some additional funding this year so that you all could continue to do some of that good work. I don't want to pile anything on, but what I did want to ask, I think it's some of the new groups that we have are really centralized in certain locations in Durham. And I think that's a good thing, because sometimes when you really spread out, you can't centralize your services. I'm not going to say which one it is, but I did want to throw out, I think maybe for the next year as we start to look at it, there are other groups in this community that like to, and under your leadership, which I trust, there's some groups that like to do heat maps. They like to talk about the impacts of census tracts. I personally feel like a lot of the impacts that we have been seeing have been from the additional dollars provided and have been from some of the groups that we've been working on. So I would love to see, I don't know if you all would have to come back to us, how we could start to look at maybe how some of these folks are working in specific census tracts and with other. I see the affirmative nod. You already know where I'm going with this. Because folks are taking credit for work that they're not doing, and I know it's some of the folks that we're funding, not all of it. The other thing, one of my favorite things you said was that Durham is the leader in diversion for our juveniles. Another report came out from another task force that pretty much said the antithesis of that. And right, and we all know that it's kind of not true. So I would love if you all, and I know an article came out, I think just today, about how some of the complaints are up by 19%. I would love for you all to give us something that shows that comparative analysis to back up the sentence that you said. Is that fair? Like whether it's coming from the Governor's Crime Commission, whether it's coming from AOC, somebody has decided that we're doing it a little bit better or a whole lot better than other counties that are really criminalizing children. That being said, the A to E felonies, there's only so much we can do, right? Because those are violent crimes, rape, murder, first degree, attempted assault, attempted murder. Those we can't fight. So I got those are my two requests. My two kind of sort of questions. I'm going to steal one from Commissioner Jacobs. It's okay. You might have a follow-up. The August uptick, who would like to give voice to power? Because I think I see your hand up, yeah, so we can start with you. August, that 500 number, is it school? Is it whatever we're looking at? And then I'll wait on my second question, but go for it.
So what I can say about August, I believe a lot of those were in the serious range. And I can say that, without saying too much, probably 6 to 8 kids are responsible for, some of them are charged with 100 counts right now.
Okay, so that helps. Okay, so to put that, I don't know, if everybody couldn't see the chart, I think the number's like 595, right, complaints. Am I wrong? It was 5-something. 565, excuse. So you're saying that, without saying too much, that is less than 10 kids that make up some of those complaints, or the majority?
For that month, yes.
For that, okay, so that's saying something. As opposed to this is just school started and kids were in there doing the crazy. That is not what it is. Go for it, Kevin.
And also, if you guys remember that we had a uptick in the juveniles with the robberies and the car thefts.
Right.
They were charged a lot too, as well.
So those 42 cars, that ring that we saw, multi-county. So I always want to give context to numbers, because that looks like y'all started school and they started calling on the kids as soon as they came back. And that is not what that is. So thank you for I can't remember my second question now. I'm probably going to be cut off anyway. But yeah, go ahead, sis.
And I will say, those did not all happen in August.
Right.
So some things these numbers are based on when the complaints are filed.
Exactly.
Some of these are things that happen. Sometimes we get complaints 6 months later once investigations are completed.
No, that's helpful. And so I'll yield my time on that one. And if you could get that back to me, I would super duper appreciate it. Like how we can say, with some surety, we are leading. If you could come back to me with some of that, because I want to be able to say that and be able to back it up. Thank y'all.
Absolutely. And I just want to add one more comment to the numbers for August. And as they've mentioned, the most common offense type this calendar year for Durham is, by a large margin, is breaking and entering motor vehicles. And it causes ties into our Department of Public Safety Safe Storage campaign of making sure your firearms are stored securely, because they're actually coordinated efforts now by these juveniles to go to shopping centers and to different areas. And there are ways, they have creative ways now that they can break into cars. So, but yeah, it's, and I'm glad you explained it. I mean, if you look at the number of juveniles, you can see that only a couple of them are responsible for a lot, right?
While you're on that same conversation, the number of females that's a lot. So, can you give any context around that?
No, I haven't. You know, it's kind of, I can say in my other 7 counties, we kind of see the same trends typically. You know, I have a lot of rural counties, so sometimes the data is a little bit different. But I would defer that question. I can certainly look at it to see some of the underlying causes, but maybe you have a better feel for that.
So a lot of what we are seeing right now are some of our young girls being involved with adults, unfortunately adult men. There's a lot of trauma with these girls that we're seeing. So I know a lot more of them have been referred to EPIC to try to work through some of that. There's also been, especially with the girls, a lot more DSS needing to be involved. But there's a lot of adults, I don't want to say but using some of these girls to get involved. And I think that's a big part of that uptick.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I do remember my other one now. So a young girl was actually killed at like 12:30 this weekend. I don't know if y'all saw it. She was shot multiple times. I was like, why do I have female here? I did want to go back. So when I think about the work that our folks are doing, and Joanne's not here, so that might be another part. And that, I know she's probably working and doing some other stuff. And something that you said about Drew, I just want to elevate. That was what I want to bring up. You know, I'm going to be, once again, broken clock. I know we had our first Black and Brown Boys Roundtable, right? I just want to, this is not just me. This man sat here, and the first couple of slides of his presentation illuminated what was happening with Black and Brown boys. The presentation that was before that illuminated that the death and the fentanyl overdose is overwhelmingly Black and Brown boys. So there's a theme here. We have a table here. Whatever recommendations that you all see that might need to necessarily be additional so that we can stop this uptick in young girls, this uptick with Black and Brown boys, I would be interested in hearing some of those, because we are coming up on budget. So that was the other reason why I said I circled Joanne. If we're having this problem, I want to know a status of that Black and Brown Boys Roundtable. So I'm just throwing that out into the zeitgeist, and hopefully that'll be on a work session. But thank y'all.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, thank you so much for being here and for the work that you're doing. I was the person who requested this presentation, and I apologize if something got lost in translation, but it was actually from a report that we got, and I tried to find the report last night, and I went through many agendas, and I could not find the report. So I'm not sure when we received it and how we received it, but we got a fantastic report from you all last spring that had recommendations based on the data and very much focused on prevention. So that's what actually I was really hoping to focus on today was, as Commissioner Burns mentioned, that fantastic report that you gave us, which had recommendations of really, kind of even predating the data that we're seeing. How can we really focus on the prevention piece, so that we don't see these numbers, and also in alignment with the gang prevention, most recent gang prevention plan, because I'm really concerned when I look at these numbers and I see 42 young people that are involved with violent crime. that is, I mean, it is really alarming to me. And then even seeing the numbers with, ages 11 to 15 are bigger than the 16 to 17-year-olds. So 11 years old, that's elementary school. That's 5th grade. I used to be a 5th grade teacher. I'm very grateful for all the programs, but I just would really like to hear more from you all related to that report, which, again, I can't find. Because it was so outstanding, and it was really looking at the data, because we have to focus on the upstream piece, whether it's, getting kids the mental health treatment, what's going on in the family, the resilience and ACEs, and, when I looked at the number for literacy, that we're giving $20,000 for literacy. My son just started as a new student teacher in one of our high schools. He actually had his first day of full-time teaching last week. And one of the things that I've been learning from him is that he has kids who can't read in 9th grade. So if we can think about what starts kids on the trajectory of having behavior issues, having not feeling success in school, starting down on this pathway, I think one of the most important things we can do is make sure that kids are able to read and succeed in school, because I just can't even imagine how frustrating it is to go to school every day and not be able to read, and they're just going to get worse and worse as they get older. So anyway, so I'm going to stop here, but I think about the vigil I went to recently for the Religious Coalition, and there were young people who we were mourning their deaths in our community. And so, again, I hope we can hear more from you all later on this issue, and can work together with our community intervention folks, and let's see what we can do, because this is the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, right? And I know this is data related to kids who are already getting in the system, and so I'll just, any thoughts that you have at this point would be great.
Yeah, just a quick point. So our juvenile justice system includes juvenile crime prevention councils, and then we kind of have layers of service above that for more the higher risk court-involved youth. And so I would say probably at least 65% or more of the youth that our JCPC programs currently serve are in the non-court involved status. So schools probably, and I'd have to go back and look at the data, have overtaken juvenile court as the predominantly the major referring source to these programs. SROs refer to these programs. DSS refers to the programs. Really, any community agency can refer. So to go back to the prevention, it's prevention and intervention, because sometimes that gets maybe they get criticized sometimes, the programs, for not doing preventive work, but actually they serve more non-court involved youth now than they do court involved.
Okay, that's helpful. And I'm sorry, were you just going to say something? Oh, okay. And just to piggyback on what Commissioner Burns requested, it would be great if we could see how many kids are being served, and some data on breakdown on who they are, and how do we even track the outcomes? Do we track the recidivism, or who we don't see again in the system? Like, how do we know that which programs seem to be working and are helping, and which maybe not so?
Yes, each one of our programs do track the number of juveniles that they have in their programs, and they do have a breakdown of how they're brought into the program and how they're discharged from the programs at the end of, and they do provide that report to us each month. We do a monthly basis on how each program is doing, how many kids are served, and how many new kids they have brought into the program within that time span.
Okay, great. And do we have enough capacity? Are there kids who aren't getting served that we need to?
There are a lot of.
We do have waiting lists right
Yeah.
now.
Okay, so that would be helpful for us to see.
We do so much. We have so many programs. I wish we knew where the gap was. There's something that is missing. I think we do so much that I don't think we know what's missing. Because it's no way the money that we spend and the programs and services that we provide that can't catch these kids. But I don't think we even know how to come up with a strategy to figure out what is it, what's missing. Because something's missing, clearly. And I wish somebody knew what that thing was or how to put it together. I don't know, maybe I want to think too close. To analyze all these programs that we have, because we consistently create more, but we don't know where the gap is. And our kids keep falling through the gap.
Yeah, I would just add, and like I said, I'm glad I've been here for 2 or 3 hours to see what other agencies are doing in this county, because I think we have to look at it holistically.
Yeah.
I was talking to Kevin, and that JCPC, really is involved with those kids that are either court involved or at risk for court involved. But you're right, it doesn't really go up the stream to where some of these other community agencies maybe touched the kids before. And I think that's where I totally believe what you're saying, that we've got to really figure out the root of these issues. We can pull out some risk factors, and I can have that data for you, but we have to look at it holistically.
Yeah, we all do. That's not just I'm not just throwing that at you, Ed. I just think as a community, that's on all of us. Commissioner Lum.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and all of the work you guys do with all of the different programming that exists. I'll be very quick, but I had a question around, I think it was Sheriff Burkhead's team that came and presented around Project Safe Neighborhoods, and they were sharing statistics around youth, especially young black men, how their statistical likelihood of becoming justice involved spikes as soon as a parent becomes justice involved. And so wondering which of these programs that are listed, or if we don't have a program right now, that comes in as an intervention point the moment a parent enters the system. That they come in and start to say, okay, this child's parent is now in the system, this child is going to need support. Do we have anything like that?
Looking at parenting of adolescents, they're home-based family counseling. So a lot of times they'll be able to go into the home a lot more. But as specific to just as soon as the parent goes into it and be court involved, I'm not sure exactly, but I could get you that information to find out.
Yeah, because I feel like, when we're talking about working upstream, since we have statistical data that shows, I can't remember the number off my top of my head, but I think it was like 70% more likely or something for a child to become justice involved later in life. That's a very, very big number to be going off of, that we should be targeting that population to provide prevention, because more than likely not, that child without prevention at that stage is going to end up becoming justice involved. So that's a key demographic area we could have a significant impact.
And Commissioner Alum, the gang prevention plan talks about that data, that you can identify children in elementary school. And one of the data points is third grade reading levels. That's what they use to actually predict jail population is on third grade literacy. So to your point.
Yeah, so like our programming, we should start to focus more into there.
And speaking on that, we're looking to get more programs to apply whenever we get, whenever the RFP opens. It's a lot of our same programs, and we really don't have a lot of programs that do apply.
Or that do this work well.
Right.
I want to say that out loud, or do this work well. And I hope y'all hear yourselves talking, because I heard a question here, I heard what you said. I'm in full support of that. Like Duke I never give any credit to Duke. Duke did a study a couple of years ago, said the biggest determinant for whether or not a child will do well is if their mother is educated. The whole world just should have started educated women at that point. Like that would have been not the catch-all, but we knew that was the biggest indicator for a child doing well. We already know that when I was a kid, they were building prisons based on somebody in third grade. Did anybody hear what Commissioner Jacobs said? Her son got a ninth grader that can't read. Commissioner Howerton, that's the gap. Now, nobody wants to say it out loud. I will. If you are 14 years old and you can't read, that's where the problem is. That is when you decide to start stealing. That's when you decide to start doing drugs. That is, we can play all day. If you can't read at 14, there's a likelihood. I'm not even going to sit here and talk because I don't want to offend nobody. You got to ask yourself, how in the world did you get to high school and you couldn't read? But that is the indicator. That is the gap, and nobody wants to talk about it because it is the light rail of this county. Nobody wants to talk about those things, and it's not necessarily it's not the teacher's fault. There's a whole system of wraparound services that we are missing. That is where the issue is, and I'm going to end on this because that was the other thing I wrote down. Truancy. We live in a county where someone decided unilaterally that she didn't want to put her name on truancy paperwork anymore. And as soon as that happened, we no longer track these children who were missing 30 and 40 days of school. Now, I don't think that we should necessarily be criminalizing parents or kids, but when a 7-year-old has missed 30 days, we need to be able to catch it. A letter from the school does not do it. A letter from law enforcement might. That doesn't mean that I want to criminalize parents, but I do want to catch this kid because at the anybody who has not been to a school board meeting and watched one, you will see these kids. I missed 30 days this year, 40 days next year, 52 days, and they keep moving up. And we don't have anything in place that says, okay, mom, dad, are you in need of help? Are you on drugs? Is this a latchkey kid? So those are things I really want y'all to think about it. I don't have no problem saying that stuff out loud. When you have individuals in the court system who say, I don't want to put my name on truancy paper anymore, and you have kids missing hundreds of days of school, and then they can't read in the 9th grade, all of this is cyclical. And then that's why you're asking us for additional money and more programs because somebody else ain't do their job.
Okay, Commissioner Carter.
It does all come back to the schoolhouse gate. I will agree with you on that. And, and we have school health teams. We could have a person on each school health team that is basically in charge of looking at attendance. And as soon as a child has missed 10% of their days, then they help the family figure out how to get their kid back in school. But, boy, we've diverted from the very specific focus that you all have. Thank you for your work so much, especially our citizen partners here that are serving on JCPC, as well as our staff. Thank you, I did have a couple of questions. Not trying to, instead of trying to figure out what our gaps are right now, we have a lot of gaps, but are any of the funds, unspent funds, returned? Is that an issue that we have here in Durham, having to return unspent funds? Because if we have waiting lists and we're, still returning money, just curious about that.
I would say not. Proportionately, I would say Durham is probably the same as other counties in that there's always going to be a program with a staff vacancy. As Commissioner Burns alluded to, one of the issues is finding people that want to do this work. Mm-hmm. There's so many people. When you find good people, you try to hold on to them as best you can. But anyway, sometimes that will create a lapsed salary within a program agreement. And then, of course, we had COVID. Yeah. Which created some issues in expending normally. And we go through a final accounting process. But that's the long answer. The short answer is proportionally, they're about the same as other counties.
Okay. I also want to be sure and thank the partners who are receiving the funding. I mean, Proud has been doing this work for 20 years at least. The Spalding Center and all the restorative justice work has been happening since I was a newbie on the school board, so another 18 years. Project Build, our own county program. Just thanks to all the partners. Thank you for lifting up the fact that the referrals to the justice system are not coming from our schools. That hasn't always been the case. The school district really worked hard to make that a change with that data point, and we need to remember that and be glad about that. I'm curious about the time of offenses that occur. Are they during school hours? Are they after school hours? That kind of thing. The school board had high schools start later. One reason, besides the fact that data shows that's best for adolescents, but also because that way kids are in school later in the day, less time at home alone. Just middle schools still start at 7:30 or so, though. I'm just wondering, especially with the 11 to 15-year-olds, when are these offenses occurring? And Commissioner Jacobs asked about your measures of success with the programs. It sounds like you're monitoring that carefully. And that there's that great report I could go back and look at, too, probably, that gives some more of that. But, how do you know these programs are working, that kind of thing? But you're on that. It sounds like you're monitoring that.
You said on the monitoring? So we are monitoring programs on both a monthly and a yearly basis, keeping track of wait lists, who's coming in, how long they're staying in the programs. If they are discharged from the program, was it successful? Was it unsuccessful? What were the reasons? But also trying to keep track of issues within the programs, and if there's something that we as a JCPC can address to try to resolve those issues, or make sure that the program is aware that these are issues for us and you need to align with what you say you're going to do. We're monitoring that and speaking with the programs to make sure that that is happening. You did ask also about timing of a lot of these offenses occurring. We do have some that are occurring during the day. I will say a lot of offenses in Durham County are in the evening and night hours. And some of the things that are happening during the day also go to the school attendance issue. When we have kids, when I hear 30 to 40 days absence being an issue, we do have kids where me hearing 30 to 40 is good. Our justice-involved kids, the kids that we're seeing in the courtroom, are in school less than that, sometimes when they're coming to us. So, correct.
All right. Again, thank you for your really important, hard work.
Thank you again for the report and all the work that you do, because this is, this is called hard work. It's more of a hard work because you two volunteer, and I don't think.
No, I'm paid by the state, so this is my job.
Okay. Those are volunteers. Okay.
Right.
That's doubly thank you for your heart. We appreciate it. If there's no other questions, any other comments from you?
Just quickly, I wanted to thank you guys personally for signing the resolution back in spring that helped support the pay increases for our state detention workers and our court counselors.
Yes.
There were, I don't think all 100 counties signed the resolution, but it passed.
Great.
And so hopefully we can address our serious vacancy issue in our facilities and our court services, which goes to the heart of what Commissioner Burns was saying about finding good people. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so that's it. We are going to take a lunch break for about the next 25 minutes, and then we'll be back. there is, but see if you can see her. Don't, come on, let's get started. Well, there are three of us here. Why don't we go ahead and they should be back in a moment. Why don't we go ahead and get started here? We have an item 230827, presentation of the Durham County blasting permit process. Because this is a 45-minute item. And we've got Jim Groves. Hi, Jim. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. Gregory, so you've got more than two people there, so you can introduce everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
So we can go ahead and get started with
Wonderful.
your
Well,
presentation.
good afternoon. It's good to see everyone again.
Good to see
Jim Groves, your Emergency Services Director, and with me today I've got Greg Borden, our Assistant Fire Marshal with Durham County, and our partner has so graciously agreed to join us from the City of Durham, Chief Jody Morton, and Deputy Chief Chris Wilcox. I hope I've got your title right, Chris. Great. And they are here in support, and if any questions come up about the deltas between the city's process and the county's process, they graciously agreed to sit down here with us and provide that information.
Okay.
And I will try to be as generous with giving a lot of your afternoon back as possible. I will hope this won't take 45 minutes, but I want to go through the presentation fairly quickly and then give you all the opportunity to ask questions and make sure that we've covered everything for you appropriately.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so what we're planning on talking about this afternoon is authorities, legislation, and ordinance that gives the fire prevention folks the authority to be able to do the work they do, especially with regards to permits, fines, fees, and anything like that. The requirements of folks that want to blast, the timelines, fees associated with that, the permitting process itself. What I've done is I've gone through our website and kind of went through it step by step so you can see the types of information we're asking for and how easy it is to actually complete that process. We'll talk about resident notification and 911 notification by the person performing the blasting, how we handle re-inspections and complaints, and then share some other information with you. And once we're done with that, again, questions and guidance from the board.
Okay.
So with the authorities given it, North Carolina General Statute 153A gives the county the authority to appoint the fire marshal and employee assistants. And those are the folks that are actually doing the work. So in addition to our chief fire marshal, the assistant fire marshals can also do all of this work for us. The North Carolina Fire Code, specifically Chapter 56.07, talks about blasting operations. And so a lot of what we do is in reference to Chapter 56, which also references the National Fire Protection Association 495. So between those two, that's where we get our authorities to be able to regulate blasting, if you will. And when you look at 495 and the 5607 that talks about daylight hours of blasting, making notifications to the utility, making notifications to the fire prevention division or the fire marshal's office, precautions they must take to minimize vibrations and stop debris from flying in the air, such as blast mats and things like that. And specifically NFPA 495 talks about grand vibration and overpressure. There's where we have those seismographs that are actually taking the readings. And then 495 goes into a diatribe of other standards that you can see listed there. And we don't have all those available for you, but there's a lot of engineering that goes into this blasting, what the ground is going to act, what they think the ground's going to act like, what type of blasting material they're using, how close they are to residents and things like that. So that's for those others. One point of clarification, we do not have anything currently in the Durham County Fire Prevention Ordinance relating to blasting, although we do have proposed changes that are sitting that we'll be moving forward with that do specifically include blasting and some other things like open fires. We wanted to, several months ago, before this became, excuse me, before this became an issue that was being brought before the board, we had already looked at the things that were kind of a shortfall in both the fire prevention ordinance, from the EMS ordinance, and also from the civil disorders or emergency management ordinance. So these weren't kind of reactions to what's going on. It's something that we've just not been able to implement yet. With the requirements, so the blaster must complete a permit application, right? So part of that, you'll see when we get to the permit that they've got to have a safety plan, they've got to have insurance, they've got to have an ATF license to be able to do the blasting and actually have those types of explosives, have a business contact, perform a pre-blast assessment for existing structures. So, you know, it's their job to go out and take a look and see what's going on in the community around them before they ever blast. And also, right now for us, blasting mats are going to be required within 500 foot. You'll see when we get to a Delta document that the city has recently modified, Jody, to 750, or has that always been there?
It was about 4 years ago.
Yeah. So the city's requires blasting mats if within 750 feet of a structure.
Jim, what is a blasting mat?
So it's like the easiest way to explain it is like a bunch of tires roped together, extremely robust, extremely heavy, and that goes over the blast point to stop debris from flying up. I think that's the simplest layman's terms I can give it to you, but it's a very heavy covering.
But so it's just all it is preventing debris. It's not like minimizing the actual vibrations or anything like that.
No, ma'am, it does not. There's a lot that goes into the vibration, and a lot of it is, like anything else, ground composition and what's going on underneath the soil that we may or may not see, right? The type of soil, is there any hard rock in the area? There's just a lot of things going on that their engineers are looking at well beyond our capabilities within the prevention division.
So you have no way of determining before you blast what's going to happen?
I believe that they have, well, you know, they say all models are wrong, but they do have a model and what they believe is going to happen with this blast. Sometimes they're right and sometimes it may miss. I'm just being very honest with you.
Yeah.
But, you know, it is a model. And based off the soil and their calculations, they come up with a model on what they anticipate to happen. And that might infer what type of material they use to blast, how much of it's to blast, how far away from structures they can blast. So that model tells them that. But again, I'm a firm believer that all models are wrong. They're helpful in helping us plan, but they're not a guarantee to be 100% correct. All right. Okay, our permit fee is $350. Our permit is valid for 90 days. You'll see the city's is valid for 60 days. That's another delta between our processes. No blasting on the holidays. And within the county fire prevention, the fire marshal's office witnessed the first blast, but not subsequent blasts. It's just a capability of the department right now on staffing levels. So the first blast can be witnessed, follow-on blasts or not necessarily. Again, that's just if you want to call it an audit, to make sure they're doing things right. And it's our best method right now that we have with existing staffing levels. Okay, here's the permitting process. This is off the Fire Marshal Division's webpage. When they go to the webpage, they'll see this, and where the green arrow is pointing, they'll click on permit applications. When they go to permit applications, they'll see click here to apply for a construction or fire prevention permit. They'll click that. And then they'll see this information presented down here. If they want to continue with the permit, they'll click the apply button on the bottom right of the page. Once they do that, they'll see this drop-down menu, and they'll select Blasting Demolition. They'll click the demolition box, and then they'll click Next. They'll get a checklist, what they need to have, and be prepared to be able to upload or provide as part of the permit process. So their license, they can include a copy of the license by clicking and just dragging and dropping it. They'll fill information as far as who the blaster is, what their address is, their email, their contact information, and a 24-hour contact phone. When the blast start date is supposed to be, when they estimate that the end blast date will be, the time for blasting, right? We go daylight hours. But you'll see in a bit, they're required to make notification within an hour of the blast. So say if they're going to blast at 11 o'clock, they'll make notification by at least 10 that blast is going to occur. So this gives them a window of time to make sure that blast occurs. Why the blasting is part of the project, sketch of the blast site, their blast plan. There's a lot of stuff, the safety plan that they can drag and drop. So the fire marshal's office has all this documentation, and if explosives will be stored on site, which is a big concern for us, because when we're looking at hazards and we're looking at our normal inspections, they're typically yearly. If this is going to be stored on site for maybe 60 or 90 days, we need to make sure that explosives are there outside of our normal inspections process, and this enables us to identify that. The liability insurance is going to be required as far as this. They have to include that, and they have to give us their certificate of insurance. So that is on file. Talking about records, we get them to sign it. We have a name of the property owner and rep. We ask the property owner and rep to sign it, and then the property owner will letter of consent. If they're blasting on property, we'll have a letter of consent. Now, this does not apply for the blast is away off the owner's property. It is only if it's on the owner's property, right? So I think a lot of the complaints or the concerns that have been expressed are when the blasting is occurring nearby but not on the property. This is if it's on the property that they'll get the owner's letter of consent. A lot of information right here, but just a lot of upload availability about plans, how they're going to plan to do this, what it's going to look like. Just a lot of upload information. Once they upload what's pertinent to the project, they'll click next, they'll come to the next one, and they'll give a generic description on the right-hand side. I think this is every permit goes through this particular page right here. So they'll complete that information and click next, and then we'll get their last bit of information here. Once they finish this, they'll click Submit Application. And once they click the Submit Application, they get an automatic return email that their application has been received. Now, with that, the permit being applied for, and before they ever start blasting, they have to have the permit in hand, which goes through our Fire Prevention Division. But there's no documents that actually are required from our residents. We don't require anything from our residents that are nearby. But the blasting company's got to give them 24 hours of notice prior to detonation. And then they got to give them, I think I said an hour each way. It's 30 minutes each way. My apologies. But they've got to make notification within an hour of the blast and give a 30-minute window. All right? So they're going to let the property owners know it's getting ready to happen. It's going to happen within 30 minutes. This includes also a notification to 911 or DECC. I think a shortfall of ours, and this is just being very honest with you right here, is we don't have something in place that validates that notification has taken place to residents. Just to be quite frank with you, I think it's something that we could spend some time on and try to figure out. But that can be a pretty big lift. But we do not verify that they've received notification of the blast.
Yeah, they don't.
911 center know? I mean, they would know clearly if they've been.
And I think right now we infer that since they notified 911, they probably have made notification to the residents.
But still, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the results of the blasting, what we're hearing is the citizens are not privy to those results. When you say the results, help me understand. What happens as a result of the blasting when they say that there was damage to their homes? They are saying the companies refuse to allow them to have a copy of the report. I think the way we can handle this, and Greg, help me out here, we are authorized, the Fire Marshal's Division is authorized to request those records, and then we would be able to provide them that request. I don't even think that would take a FOIA. I think it'd be easier on us to go through our portal to be able to request that record like we do right now. But we would be able to request that on their behalf and provide it. On behalf of the citizens? Yes, ma'am.
Can it be part of the permit process itself, so that way it's not something that the citizens have to chase down, or you guys even have to chase down after the fact, that you would just already have it on record that in order to get the blast permit, they agreed to be sending you their inspection reports?
I think we're happy to look at that and how we can make that happen. Yes, ma'am. I don't think we do that, right?
Technically, yes, but it'd be hard to follow. You'd have to follow up with them either. That could be a requirement. However, with construction, once they get their permit, they're very good about just not talking to us again. So we would have to go to them
and could
probably
there be
anyways.
Then a conditional approval based, you get conditionally approved if you finish this final step?
Absolutely, yes. But we would have to give them the permit in hand for them to blast. So it's hard to make that a stipulation. They can sign something, but it's not really going to guarantee they're actually going to do it. Once they have their permit, they're going to blast until they're done. And then it would be pretty much up to me to go and follow up with them.
Well, this is I think, I know that's what I'm talking about. It might be also what Chair Howerton's talking about, the pre-inspection report, where they go and they take pictures of the outside of the house, and they go and test the well to show whether there was any structural damage before the property was blasted. Because I think that's where residents we've been hearing from that we've gone on tours with, they've shown us that there's cracks in their foundation now, but they don't have the pre-blast inspections that the company does to go chase after them or their insurance company. But if the city and county already have those on file, then
I think part of the issue is the distance. So it's 500 feet. Most of the blasting does not have any residences within 500 feet, but they might be experiencing issues from the blasting further out than that. It's just kind of a code stipulation. I think that's kind of part of the problem.
And what's the maximum distance we're allowed to require notification for and inspections for?
It's 500 feet for the county.
And that's based on a rule that, we decide, not the state. Is there any requirement from the state that limits how far?
That would be the state requirement and the code, the fire code that's done by the state. And a reference standard is NFPA 495. So we reference that standard, and that's the National Fire Protection Agency. So we use that as a guideline kind of on how we would perform the practice, and that's what's referenced in the code book.
So we couldn't increase it to 1,000?
We could always make an ordinance for that, of course.
Yeah.
But it would have to be an ordinance.
Okay, so were you going to say something yet? No? Okay, so we've jumped in and not let you do your presentation. So maybe let's pull back for a minute, commissioners, and let him finish his presentation. You see, we've got a lot of concerns and a lot of questions.
Yes, I understand.
So I'm going to let you finish your presentations, and then we will ask our questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, the no verification process is something that we need to be looking at. So re-inspections, there's no formal process for re-inspection. Typically what's happened is if we find out that there's been a complaint, automatically look into it immediately. So our folks are really good about that and trying to find out what's going on. You know what, if a permit lapses, you've got to start the process all over again. And again, just a reminder that they're required to give 24 hours notice and then an hour's notice within 30 minutes, right, of what that window is going to be. And again, residents and DECC. So we do have the authority to request the seismic readings. What I think is a great kind of brainstorming session is how we might be able to tie in the pre-blast inspection and even images to post-blast. So, and with the readings. So if the residents were within this 500-foot range, they would automatically have a place to go. That's going to require some thought on, do we have the technology to be able to provide it, the timing, and even resident notification so they even know it's available to them. We would need to put some horsepower behind that to figure it out. Other information. So this is kind of a delta between what the city's doing right now and what we're doing as a county right now. Permit links, city's 60 days, county's 90 days. So we think it's prudent for us to consider maybe skinning that up. A lot can happen over 90 days, that 30 extra days. The permit time, the city requires them to have a permit 3 days before the blast. There's no time requirement for the county. The utility location, the city's requiring a locate ticket, that UCC where they have the lines down and things like that. We don't have that requirement on the county side. Pre-blast inspection, city's 750 feet and we're 500. Same thing with blast mats, same distances. City is requiring signs within 1,000 foot of a roadway. We don't have that in our permit application. Records retention, city's 5 years, county's 3 years, and blast time's about 30 minutes off. City's 8 to 4:30, county's 8 to 5. And we are able to take a look at our process, and we believe it's a good idea for us to be as close with our processes as we can, and just given there is so much of the municipal county interface with expansion going on right now. So with that said, that's kind of where we're at with this. Happy to answer more questions, concerns, guidance from you.
Great, thank you. So you didn't have anything else that you wanted to say? I keep seeing the light on, and I keep thinking you want to say something.
I think Monica turned that on for
Yeah, the red light's on. On the speaker.
Oh, yes.
All right, Wendy, you've got your hand, so let's start with you.
Well, I really appreciate you all being here and that we are finally having this conversation because this has been an issue that our board has been really concerned about, and some of us have been out several times to meet with residents and have seen on site what is happening. This is the system that we have in place is not working for our residents. It's not. And so we really, for me, there's a sense of urgency about trying to change what we're doing to the greatest authority that we have within the state statute, and to get it done as quickly as possible, because this construction, these projects are happening every single day. So the longer that we wait, the more people that, are being impacted, possibly negatively. And one thing that I learned on the last site visit a few weeks ago was, and I didn't understand this before, I personally had always thought about blasting being done for construction where you have a lot of rock. And evidently what's happening in southeast Durham is that because there are so Triassic soils there, which are highly erosive, that the reason that all the blasting is happening is because the developers are trying to find solid soil beneath the Triassic soils. So it's actually a very unique situation where they are doing excessive blasting and so much blasting because they're trying to get to a solid foundation. I didn't understand that before, and that really helps to understand this is a very, I think, unique situation, because in all my times being a planning commissioner for 6 years and then being a county commissioner for 11 years, we've never heard these types of complaints about blasting. And so one question I have is, working with our environmental staff, is there a possibility of even coming up with more environmentally sensitive or site-specific types of criteria? Because, again, it's kind of, I don't understand myself, but something is happening here, and you can see it in the type of development that we're getting, because if you go out and see these projects, the land is being completely resculpted. It's being completely transformed. And you get these huge, this grading where you get these huge heights, these artificial cliffs that are getting created and things like that. It's not, I'll just stop there and say that this is a unique situation. And so I also wonder whether we need to, and this may be for later on, understand that, because it sounds to some people it sounds almost unbearable for some people, if you can imagine living somewhere where there's just constant explosions happening all the time. So, you know, some of my fellow board members have already raised a number of the issues that we really, really hope that together you can address as quickly as possible. And one is around the pre-inspection information, and that has to be done with the resident, because people need to go inside people's houses and look at their walls and look at their foundations. It can't be done with somebody just looking at the outside of somebody's house. It really has to be done in partnership, and that information has to be shared with the homeowner, and you all need to have a copy of that as well. We need transparency. We need accountability. The second issue is the location of the monitors. We heard from residents that they're not even told exactly where the monitors are, and they should know, and we know that they are being put in the right place, and especially if people have wells, that they are being put where their wells are and their septic systems. So again, how can we make sure that that is getting done? And again, that's the homeowners know where those monitors are. And then the third thing that's already been alluded to is the data that comes from the blasting information that's picked up by those monitors has to be shared with you all, and it needs to be shared with the residents, because people are going to their insurance companies and they're getting declined because they don't have the data. And, you know, nobody wants to take responsibility. The developer doesn't, the insurance company doesn't, and so, you know, we have residents who simply can't afford now to make these repairs to their wells and to their homes. So I would just ask that you address those steps and make sure that we are protecting our residents. And then the last thing is the notification. To give people 24-hour notification, how is that information being shared with residents? Because we heard over and over again they weren't home or they didn't know. And so, or even the 1 hour is ridiculous. So, again, these are the issues that we really need to address immediately. And I would say I support adopting the city's requirements, because those are obviously stronger than the county's. So that would be an easy first step.
So we're going to give you an opportunity to talk for a few minutes and see if you can address some of the things that Commissioner Jacobs has raised, because we have all been in the middle of this conversation for several months, and we all have the same concerns. So why don't we just, the board, if you just give them an opportunity to address some of the things that Commissioner Jacobs just raised.
I will do my best. I think, unfortunately, there are going to be some items that's going to take a bit of time for us to kind of work through as a team. to find the best solution to it. But happy to reach out to environmental. I do have like a question in the back of my head. If this is based off a state statute, we may have to go a little bit greater than what we are right now and modify that state statute if we're going to try to change how blasting occurs when they're trying to find good soil versus blasting in the traditional sense that we think of. So it's going to take us a bit of time to find the right path, but we will move forward with that with urgency. The pre-inspection work, we'll have to find out exactly how that takes place. I know that there is some new requirement that allows inspectors on property sites that I just read about not too long ago. And I'll be glad to get you all that information through AC and Brinson that we want to make sure they are not turning people away, right? I don't want you in my home. So that's one thing we need to rule out. To make sure that the person that's coming into their home they're going to be safe letting them in their home, which I think is another concern that folks might have. But also how that is communicated to the residents. In my mind right now, I think one of our biggest opportunities that we have with this is starting a dialogue with anybody that's going to be subject to this blasting and encourage them, take your own pictures. As soon as you find out that blasting is going to be near you, our message to them is take pictures inside of your home, take pictures outside of your home, have your own, don't be depending on anybody else to do that. And then once the damage occurs, it will be very obvious, right? So we can work up on some type of messaging or some type of requirement to kind of help make that happen too. And I think that will help us be more successful. I'll have to ask about the location of the monitors. Jim's a planner. Jim's not a conspiracy theorist, but there is a concern with kind of operational security and making sure that the equipment's going to operate normally. So part of me can see why they might not want to let folks know exactly where this stuff is so they don't disappear, they're not tampered with. Right. Yeah, so we need to find out how that works out better. So I think that's something we can work with the companies that's doing that and say, tell us about this. What's a better way? The data from blasting, as I'm sitting here, I believe that we can work on that with our blasting permit. As part of the permit process, they agree to provide those results within a certain amount of time. I think we can include that. And then if they don't do that, we can either not give them a permit the next time, or we can go ahead and start working through legal to make sure the loop's closed. So I think we have a path there on that. And then the notification on the 24 and the 1 hour, I believe we've got some flexibility on how that works. So we can expand the distance, and I think we can modify the time requirements, and we have some work that we can do right there. That's my quick down and dirty about what I heard from you today.
Representative Hawkins was on the ride with us out there, and he also was concerned about the blasting to see what he can do from the legislative. So if you want to maybe contact him and as far as working on the legislative end from Raleigh.
Okay. And this was who? I'm sorry?
Representative Zach Hawkins.
Okay.
Commissioner Alum? I'm sorry.
Commissioner Burns has
I think Commissioner Burns had her hands up first.
I don't know. I'm relegated to emailing y'all. But one, thank you so much, Director Groves. I appreciate everything that you do. You gentlemen, Marshall Bowden, not Bowden. So good to have everyone here today. For me, a couple of things. I want to state unequivocally, this ain't y'all fault, right? Like, we know that y'all have a job to do. Y'all are good public servants. You're out here trying to keep us safe from fires and everything else. And it's not an easy job, especially on the city side. I've seen some of the stuff that's been going on over there. So thank you for coming over here. Director Groves, thank you for inviting them. Team effort. Here's where I am. I don't disagree with anything that my colleagues said. Here's where my concern is. I also want to state unequivocally that I support us moving up to the city standards. However, Marshall Bowden said, even as we were sitting here, he said once they get a permit for us, they stop talking to us. So now we got folks out here disrespecting our public servants, right? Like, so if he comes back with an inquiry, if you come back with an inquiry, if you all come back with a sanction, we found that right here in this very public setting on camera, even with the stronger standards that they have, they are not given the respect that they need. So I do support moving up to those standards, but I also want to make it very clear that is not going to be the quick fix. It's the quickest thing we can do, but I also think we are now in a position where, as sad as it is, a message needs to be sent. They sent a message over to the city. They got rid of some of the folks on that elected body. That's the message they sent. So we're going to send one back. You cannot continue to come in here and keep blowing up houses. Now, Commissioner Jacobs mentioned it. I've seen it. Folks have gone out there. The blasting where I'm concerned, and here's where my question is going to come in. So the 24 hours, that makes me think like that's what your internet service does. They leave something on your door, say, listen, we about to put some fiber down, and you come back in an hour and your whole yard is torn up. I don't like it when my utility service does it. I sure enough, and that's a good service for me. I'm trying not to actually say a utility service. I don't want to get sued. But that I can imagine what it's like when it happens there. And we got to come to terms with the fact that these are not one-time detonations. Those significant drop-offs that we're seeing, that is not one blast of dynamite going off. That is consistent blasting. So now I'm kind of funny about the timeline. How are you giving me 24-hour notice, a 1-hour notice with a 30-minute one? You have got to almost be giving me consistent 1-hour updates or daily updates because this is consistent blasting going on. So that's where I want to, and it's not on y'all, that timeline cannot even realistically occur. If the one on Olive Branch that is the drop-off is taller than me. You did not blow a hole in one day that is that tall and that broad. That's consistent blasting. So I am sketchy about that timeline. And then can somebody, whether it's a general statute or whether, define for me right now, what is notification? Because it's notification of door hanger, it's notification of phone number when folks don't have landlines, it's notification a knock on the door. Because if we have not definitively defined what notification is, that's how folks keep getting away with it. To your point, it's one thing if I'm on vacation. It is another thing if somebody says, well, you know what, we went and stuck a postcard in everybody's mailbox. So my question is, and maybe our attorneys know, what is the legal standard for notification? Because we can't have especially with this really educated population that we have, really nosy population that we have, there's no way that folks are saying, I never got anything. So nobody got a postcard, nobody got a door knock, nobody got anything, and we had consistent blasting going. So again, that's not on y'all. Can somebody, and that'll be my first question. I might have a second one, depending upon the answer. But what is defined as notification?
Well, so again, I think the main issue is the notifications only if the building's within 500 feet
I
of
get
blasting.
that. I get that.
We're not having many blastings where that's occurring. That's like that would be something like in a bigger urban area where you have like houses and apartments and stuff right next to stuff. But what they're doing out there, there's nothing within 500 feet. And the issue is, like you're saying, repeat blasting. The seismic readings aren't that strong the further out you get, but if you keep on having little hits over and over and over again, multiple days, that's where you're going to probably see these foundation issues or these wells issues. However, by the statutes and the things we have to work with, it's 500 feet. We can't really.
And to answer your question,
and Jim, before you do, can I interject that because this was a concern that we raised at the meeting that we have with the joint city-county leadership as well about notification. And one of the things that we agreed to do as city leadership and county leadership is that, and you all will hear this from ACM Brinson, but once the permit has been issued, that we as the municipal and county governments would send something out to those homes that are within that area to say, we have issued a permit for blasting between these dates.
Yes.
Please look forward to hearing from the contractor so that residents are aware that this is coming and can be on the lookout. I think we need to take some ownership of that notification piece.
I don't disagree.
Can you add on there for them to take pictures of the
We can
inside?
include anything you want to, but that's a concern.
I'm with you, and I appreciate us taking ownership of that. And I'm happy. One, that's a good first step. I'm gonna ask again, what is the legal stand? Because we're voluntarily doing our part. We are voluntarily being good public servants. But there is a statute that dictate what they're supposed to do. And I want somebody to tell me, when Charles Francis Richter came up with the magnitude scale in 1935, this is not what he anticipated. That's y'all seismograph Richter. I know I said seismograph the other night. My daddy got me because I built an award-winning seismograph in the 5th grade and made it to the state science fair. Thank you very much. So in 1935, when Charles Francis Richter came up with the magnitude scale, you said it in the beginning, Director Groves, models are not fact. So we can sit here and say the projectile will most likely go 93 degrees this way at a speed of 128 miles per hour. I was in the Attorney General's office and felt the earthquake from Philadelphia, and half of us felt, nobody knows how far these shifts go or what they're going. So I'm happy that we're doing that, and we don't have to answer that right now, but I honestly, sincerely need somebody to let me know what is the standard for what it is that they're supposed to do. Because if they're not following back up with you, they're not following back up with the homeowners, we have got to find something that's going to at least stick where we can say, you did not do this, and these folks need to at least have some form of legal recourse. That's all I'm saying. Now stop there. What is it?
So when you look at the statute, is very silent to what actual notification is. It's incredibly generic. So it's not useful. And I'm not sure if the term is appropriate, but it's something like that. And I'm sorry I don't have it in front of me for you, but it's pretty silent on exactly what
But thank you. So that means it's a loophole you can drive a Mack truck through. That is very helpful.
Well, as far as the code books go, they don't have a definition for notification. In the code book, they reference...
A developer wrote that code.
They reference the 2011th edition, the 11th edition of Merriam-Webster's. So whatever Merriam-Webster's defines as notification in the 11th edition, that's probably what they could use. And I'm pretty sure it's broad and could be much.
Okay, other questions, Commissioner Allen?
Thank you so much. I got one of my main questions answered around the blasting permits, if we can look into adjusting the pre-inspection reports. I agree with Commissioner Jacobs about matching the city's requirements. However, I would say I think we should go steps further than the city's requirements, because as you mentioned, there's not going to be any structures currently at the 500 feet. I think 750 feet isn't enough either. When we're looking at our more rural communities. And so seeing if there is any statutory maximum that we can go first. But yeah, if we can, has there been any study of these blastings that have been done or in other rural type areas? How far is that damage seen, especially when you have the instances that you described of the repeated small blastings over and over and over again? How far out should we make our requirements to really protect our residents? And I'm surprised that we don't have signage requirements already, but I definitely think that we need to match that with the cities. And then Director Groves, I forwarded you an email that I had sent when we had met with the residents way back. So I had sent a couple of my questions there. One of them was around the requirements for the permitting. And then also, yes, the blasting zones for that. And then for the well reports. So after a blasting is done, who is responsible for the well test? Is it the blasting company? Is it the developer? Or is that on the resident?
And your question specifically to post-blast?
Yeah.
It's on the permitted contractor is their responsibility.
Okay.
But we've dealt with that some here, and not to weigh in too much from the city side, but we did have an incident in 2018 in the city over in the Bethpage subdivision, and we had fly rock that traveled 750 feet. And that's how the city came about, 750 feet. I know Chris and I, we sat down with our attorney for 2 days recently reviewing this. We met with our chief fire code consultant. The county had a representative on the call as well. I spent the last 34 years with the department, 27 in this division. I will say blasting complaints have been a part of my career all the way back 30 years ago, but they become more and more prevalent as the city and the county meet and as the construction continues to go into the rural settings. We do have tools. We've revoked permits on the city side. I mean, they will talk to us. We will make sure that when we have a complaint or a concern, we always respond out. We are limited into going in and just on advisement from our attorneys on what we can and cannot do, on the scenes themselves as far as reviewing damage, what's considered a civil matter, versus what's considered a violation of the permit itself. But basically, if they violate the terms of the permit in any way, we can revoke the permit. We've done that here. We've issued fines. So there are tools that we currently have as code officials. This has been a hot topic in Raleigh. It's been a hot topic in Cary. We recently met with Raleigh, Cary, and the state fire code consultant about this. I expect more legislation and changes to possibly occur. We do have the option to look at an ordinance. However, as Chief Groves mentioned, a lot of the changes would have to go to the Building Code Council to get approved at the state level.
So you do receive the 24-hour raw reports. The city does, but does the county?
Yeah, if there are any buildings within 500 feet, we would receive notification. We'd have proof that they notified them. However, we're in the county, a lot of these places that it just doesn't happen because there's nothing within 500 feet.
So there are so many concerns around this whole issue, and we've heard the manager and what she's working on. So we're going to look to staff to come up with some recommendations for us, because this is something that we just cannot not address. And so if you could work with a manager and staff and come back to us with what do you see that we can do that's going to really be substantial, because it's got to be pretty different than what's happening right now. And what does our legislation from Raleigh, what does it afford us to do? How far can we push it is the question. Yeah.
Happy to do that.
We appreciate that. You come back to us, because the manager's working on something, and you guys got to get together and work it out. Okay. You have another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I just scanned the beginning sections of this memo, and I just, that are responding to basically each of the assertions made by Preserve Rural Durham that these are complaints, that we have now, but I don't know if it was all of them, but all the ones I read so far had not, sent a complaint in to the office, and that you were even unaware of their complaint until 2023. So I don't know, that didn't seem like on their part, the Preserve Rural Durham's part, that they were doing everything they could have done at the time that they had the concern, and it's come up now that we have expanded development that's encroaching more and more in the rural area. So, it's hard for me to know whether our current process is as insufficient as we're all acting like it is right now. And I'd like, that's, you don't have to tell me now, but I'd like to know, maybe this will be what comes forward as Chair Howerton has suggested. We need input from you all, but what do we need to do? Is it good enough now? What do we need to do to make it better if it isn't? And how would you respond to these complaints that we're getting now, but you didn't get them at the time. So, I mean, I'll be interested in that at some point, either offline or online.
Okay. All right. Another question?
I just want to say publicly for the record, I do support us looking at an ordinance. Again, I think we need to be doing whatever we can to protect the environment and also our residents. So I'm interested in the short-term fixes, but also the long-term. So thank you all for your expertise and your help with this and collaboration between the city and the county. Thank you.
It's great to see that happening all the time. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, we have one more thing on the agenda, and then I believe we have a closed session for that. Any comments from Commissioners? Any report outs that you have? You want to take a couple of minutes and report out if you have anything, and then we will go into closed session. Okay, hearing none. Let's. Because I asked, because move on if nobody says anything. Okay, you got something?
Yes. So one of the comments that I wanted to share is, this is on behalf of Commissioner Alam and I. We had shared, and I'll just read this directly. During our October 23rd County Commission meeting, Commissioner Nida Alam and I made a joint statement addressing the rise of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, our collective grief and mourning over the terrible loss of life in Israel and Palestine, and the need to work together for peace and social justice. As leaders in our community, as a Muslim woman and as a Jewish woman, Nida and I are deeply committed to walking this difficult path together. In our statement, we called for a ceasefire to stem the loss of life. We want to make it clear that respect for life also requires the immediate release of all the hostages taken by Hamas. While our statement explicitly condemned the horrific atrocities committed by Hamas on October 7th, it did not mention the hostages. Again, we want to be crystal clear that all of Hamas's hostages must be released immediately. It is important that we all continue to find ways to come together, discuss these very difficult issues, and find a better way forward. And I will be submitting that to staff on the behalf of Commissioner Alam and I. And the other comment I just wanted to make was that as I shared, I was excited to share with the board that I've been appointed to this task force. And of course, we'll be keeping everyone informed and getting input from all of you. It's called One More Thing, and it is about addressing the opioid crisis. And the other...
Let me stop you a minute, Commissioner Jacobs, and go back to what happened, because what you just did will come back to us, the board, just like you did. You and Netta put out a statement before, and what happens is then the entire board start getting emails, and and some of the staff as well, that we didn't all say exactly what you guys said, and that's just totally unfair to this board, because in the beginning, when this stuff first began, I made a statement on behalf of this board, so we all acknowledged what was going on here in our country. And when you do stuff like that, and I had this conversation with you, what you do is you leave the rest of us out, and then we start getting emails from the public as if we don't care about the people. And that's so untrue. And I just have to address that, because it sets us up to start getting these emails that I just think that that's not fair to the rest of us.
Yeah, and thank you. And I should have stated more context. We put this statement out on social media on October 26th. and said that we had to do it on social media versus at our board meeting because we weren't going to be meeting. This was the earliest time that we were going to be meeting, and so we made a commitment that we would also share it on the public record because it was to address feedback that we had gotten from the October 23rd statement. And so this was the first opportunity to share it at the board, which we had promised that we would do. So that's the only reason why I'm doing it now. And I should have.
You should have notified the rest of us on the board because otherwise, I mean, I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I don't think
I
Commissioner
appreciate
Burns
you.
did either.
Yes, and I appreciate that.
Well, I want to say it this way. I remember the timeline, and I do only agree with, because I'm going to speak for myself, because clearly I have to. I'm not worried about the emails necessarily that we get from the public about what we do and do not do, right? I think in the past couple of weeks, I've gotten more emails about what I don't do or supposedly what I don't do. I just want to elevate this sentiment. When children are killed in Durham, and when black and brown children are killed in Durham, and Sheriff Burkhead makes a statement and everyone up here is quiet, you do not see emails from the public saying, why didn't you say anything? When children are killed in Durham and I make a public statement, if my colleagues are silent, in no way do I assume that they don't support me because they are all dealing with their own collective grief. If Chair Howerton makes a statement about black boys being murdered and we all sit here silent, in no way does our silence an indicator that we do not support her because yet again, many of us are dealing with our own collective grief. So I don't think necessarily that your statement that you put out it didn't harm me. I am always surprised, and it's illuminating, and I'll say this way, at what people get from someone else's silence as opposed to it being silent reflection. So I saw the emails that we got that called upon Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Houghton and myself to say something, and still right now I think we all have trouble coming up with it, but I will share the sentiments that I will share that Chair Howerton shared. I wish for a ceasefire, not only in Palestine and in Israel, but I wish for a ceasefire in Durham. I wish for a ceasefire in the Congo. I wish for a ceasefire in New York. I wish for a ceasefire in Compton. I wish for a ceasefire on Cornwallis. So when I'm sitting here and I am silent, it has nothing to do with me not supporting anybody. It has everything with me sitting here trying to figure out how we going to save another baby. And I'm not speaking for Commissioner Carter when I say that. I'm not speaking for Commissioner Jacobs, Commissioner Howerton, or for Commissioner Alam. And it is, to me, almost sad that you have to do this because for me, many times when I don't speak on things that have to do with international relationships, it literally is because I don't want it to be performative, which for these two women it was not. I don't want for it to be political, which it hasn't been for other elected officials. And this is a time for me to sit and listen because I'm not an expert in those fields. And I would hope that people would be happy that folks would listen as opposed to move immediately, because I know for my people, that is what we realistically want most days out of the week. So that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. The last thing that I just wanted to share was kind of related to what, I'm sorry I was late for Russ's public comment this morning. But I just wanted to share with everybody that the group that had formed, the Familiar Faces Permanent Supportive Housing Work Group that had formed and had worked on the Carver Creek campus, has now, we are now the Durham Familiar Faces Initiative. And I just wanted to share that we've moved into a new phase, and it's really exciting. There are 3 committees. One committee is going to be focused on supportive housing, and that's being chaired by Sharetta from Housing for New Hope, and is going to focus on what are the supportive services that are going to be needed for Harbor Creek, and is really going to help lead that process, but also looking at all different kinds of supportive housing that are needed in Durham. So some transitional housing, some permanent supportive housing, but recognizing that we need all different types of housing for people who are homeless. Nowadays, people are getting, requests to hear about, tiny homes, tiny home villages, and there's just a lot of different things happening. So that committee is going to focus on that. There's a second committee that is going to be focusing on the data sharing, and this comes out of what we're funding through the Justice Services Department, really looking at the data analysis and the data platform, and that is being chaired together with it is somebody from the city, a city data person, and then Beth Steenberg, who's in Justice Services. So we've got a city and a county data analyst chairing that committee. And then the third committee I'm really excited about is a pilot that is going to actually start looking at the first Familiar Faces initiative, identifying about 15 people in Durham who everyone knows who they are, whether it's the HEART program or, our EMS staff, people who are cycling in and out of the jail. People in our community know who these people are. We see them on the street. And so this committee is going to be chaired by Ryan Smith, who's head of the HEART program, and Roshana Parker, who is our Justice Services Director. And these committees are meeting monthly, and I will keep you all updated, but it's really exciting that people are just getting started and working together and seeing what happens if we can start identifying who these people are and start doing case management and meeting. Different staff from different departments are going to be seeing what do people need and doing the case management and the wraparound services. So, and seeing what happens. So I just wanted to share that, and I will stop.
And in reference to that, I met with some folks yesterday with Zach Hawkins and some other citizens about HOPE. It's housing for disabled citizens or young people that's growing up with disabilities. And what they are looking for is to partner with others. I wanted to talk with the supportive housing folks to see if there can be, they can be included in that, or have them come and present to us, because they have not been before us before. And it would be good to include them in some of the projects that we're doing. Yeah. So I will pass the information on so they can call and get some contacts in there. Anything else for anybody? Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Thank you, Vice Chair Jacobs. I appreciate you reading the statement. I had just one question, more so than a comment. I'm just wondering for, Inman and our board, can we have an update soon from library staff? I think we've all been receiving a lot of emails around concerns around the hours and the capacity of library employees right now. If we can receive a presentation on what is the current capacity, how many contract employees does the library have, and just trying to work through that so that before there's a decision to expand to Sunday hours, we don't want to overburden our employees.
We can certainly do that, but this didn't just start. We just started getting emails, but there have been requests to open the library back, probably as far back as 6 months.
Yeah.
And the director was planning to do that, and staff said that we weren't ready to do that. So what I asked the director to do was take a step back. There are lots of different areas of concern that we have to address in the library, so we've actually engaged a consultant to come in and help the library think through how we're moving forward on some things, and also do some development work, because a lot of it is, developing staff so that we are working more efficiently. So if you all will allow us to work through that, ACM Hall is working with Director Badgett to make sure we're taking the appropriate and thoughtful approach. And so, but that is something that we're working on. I was surprised to see this flood of emails that just started coming through. But it is something that we are being really thoughtful about and planning how we move forward and if we move forward with opening on Sundays.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Manager. Thank you, ACM Hall, for looking into that. Can we also include, I'm sure you might already do it, the tech aspects within the library? I think there's also been concerns in the past about how has maintenance in the library been keeping up, and how have we been able to make sure that all of the tech that we have in our amazing libraries is actually accessible and usable?
We can certainly do that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if there is nothing else, is there something else? Oh, I didn't see your hand.
No, it's because, well, yeah, normally I don't really have any relevant comments other than to say that, I've never been a big fan of this agenda item because I think it, presents an opportunity for a commissioner to suddenly talk about anything, right? And I've never had any problem. I don't, with anything people have shared. But that doesn't mean that different boards and different commissions might not. And Brenda, you had a problem today with, something Wendy shared, and it's because it was not an agenda that we all approved. Do you know what I mean? And that's why we have agenda approval, is because we know what each of the discussion items is going to be.
Yeah.
And instead, when it's just commissioner comments, it opens a can of worms. It just is a cautionary tale. It could be a problem. It never really has been. We've worked through it. But that's just why I don't love commissioner comments, because it's an agenda item that's so undefined. And, when I approve an agenda, I like to know what I'm approving. So anyway.
Yeah,
so be it.
Yeah, I guess I push back on anything that doesn't include all of the board members and puts any of us in a bad light with the citizens of Durham to make it, and I don't think it's intended that way, but what the citizens received was, okay, 2 of the board members support and the rest of the board members did not. And that's not true. And I just wanted to make clear that that's not what it is. So that was my pushback. It's like, let's not set ourselves up to make it look like that. Yeah. So.
But having commissioner comments does set it up.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
I got what you said. Okay. All right. If it's nothing else, then we have finished with all of our agenda. We're going to move on to our closed session, 230815. The board is requested to adjourn into closed session to establish or to instruct the public body staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease, or the amount of compensation and other material terms of an employment contract or proposed employment contract pursuant to GS 143-318.11A5. And I will entertain a motion to move into closed session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we move into closed session for the matter stated.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second to go into closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We are in closed session. Okay.
She went to DC for protest. She had lots of fun. This was her at the protest. She was knocked out after marching and everything, but she did really good because there were so many. It's a video if it loads. But she was like clapping and clapping with everyone. Oh, it's not going to load, of course, now.
You have to turn it on.
Mic on. Okay, that makes it better. The board has met in closed session and give direction to staff. No action needs to be taken. I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved. 4-0. Aye.
She kept it on for the picture. We left at like 6, 7 a.m. and she was like, "Why the heck are you